Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Khushbu. How are you?
I'm good.
Perfect, perfect. So, I welcome you all to this long session on the analysis of pre-scene for the September 2025 exam. Now, before we get into today's discussion, let's establish a couple of basic ideas and a basic premise about what the pre-scene basically means. The pre-scene material is something that was started by ACCA around roughly 2 years ago when they came up with a completely different approach to testing students for the SBL exam. Earlier, your SBL exam was a 4 hour paper. In that 4 hour paper, of course, they would give you a lot of information. They would load you with a lot of detail, and then they would expect you to go through the entire industry background, company information, individual exhibits, and then start answering the questions and the tasks that follow. Now, with time, as you know, as this process underwent a change, they came up with a different approach wherein they said that before you go for your actual exam, before you go for your SBL exam, 15 days before the exam, what we are going to do is we are going to give you a 15-page document which contains background information. Okay, background information about the company, about the industry. So, first of all, you will get to know what the industry is all about. Then you will get to know, as in, say, for example, this year it is the packaged meal kit industry. It's a specific kind of industry that we are talking about. So, what is the industry all about? That would be the first background that they will give you, as in who are the competitors, what are the KPIs in this industry, what are the challenges that they are facing, what are the regulations that are applicable. Then from that broad level data, they will go down to company level, wherein they will give you information about one particular company. Now, this company that we are talking about, they will give you information in terms of कि यार ये जो पर्टिकुलर कंपनी का हम बात कर रहे हैं, what is its capital structure, what is its board structure, how many people are there, what is its mission, vision, policy, what is the marketing plan, what are the emerging challenges, what technologies is it using. So they will paint a picture, they will basically paint the background of the kind of detail that is going to come in the exam. Let me tell you, this is not a this is not a piece of information on the exhibit itself. Exam may there is going to be a separate set of exhibits. Now, what are exhibits? Exhibits are company specific information points on which certain tasks are given to you. Okay. The first part is the background information. Basis that background information, which is a high level view, then they give you certain company specific aspects. Maybe, they will mention about a production facility that has started in a particular part of the country and what risks do you face there, or the fact that the company is going for a major overhaul, and because of the changes that are expected to take place, how will the company react, how will the employees react. So change management, project management, ऐसा एक एक एक्टिविटी पे you will get, or one task will relate to a couple of syllabus areas. The purpose of the pre-scene is to sensitize you कि यार किस इंडस्ट्री का इंफॉर्मेशन आने वाला है and what is the company that we are going to talk about. So before they give you minute granular level data in the exhibit, they are setting the tone, they are setting the base की future में क्या होने वाला है, what kind of company can you expect and what kind of background can you expect in this situation. Once that part is established, once you have gone through the pre-scene, what we are going to do is we are going to predict the question areas, not the questions specifically. Where possible, we will try to predict the questions, but over the last so many attempts, one thing that I have observed is it's a little futile to, in a way, express or try to project कि यार ये question आ सकता है या something like this can come or all of that. So I personally prefer that we narrow down on syllabus areas. That is, okay, this part they have given us the board structure, one tier, two tier board, whatever it is. So we will map out the syllabus area. 18.4.2 is what we need to read. Maybe within that, we'll need to understand the advantages and disadvantages of a two-tier board, or the utility of a two-tier board, or the applicability of a unitary board to a particular setup. So my endeavor is to basically connect the discussion to specific syllabus areas. कि यार यहाँ पे we are talking about board structure. So what are the areas in your SBL syllabus wherever there is a mention of company board or there is something about say ESG. So पूरे syllabus में where is a specific mention of ESG, and that is something that we should specifically focus on. So the pre-seen material will help us that if there are 100 syllabus areas, at least narrow down to 30 syllabus areas which have a higher propensity of getting tested in the paper. Now, before we begin, you should know that out of the 80 technical marks in your paper, you will have one compulsory question testing you on risk. Come से कम one question will be on risk, and then of course there are other syllabus areas that we will specifically try to work on. But remember one thing, whenever you are talking about risk, there are two specific chapters in the study hub that I will direct you to. Make sure that you read the chapters end to end. And different techniques like looking at the risk register, looking at the heat maps, looking at the different lines of defense, the Tara matrix, all of these things. These are going to be tested very, very frequently in the exam, as have the past results shown. So we'll have to structure our discussion around that. The recording for today's session will be uploaded on my YouTube channel. If you have joined the WhatsApp group, that means you will get all the links and everything there. If you haven't joined the WhatsApp group, I will share with you a link to my YouTube channel. This is the YouTube channel where the session will be uploaded after it has taken place. So just subscribe to it. The moment it comes there, you will see it on the YouTube channel. You will get a notification for that. Apart from that, there are certain notes. There's a 80-page slide deck that I have prepared on the basis of my pre-scene analysis. Also, we'll be discussing points together right now. So whatever we discuss, uska summary also I'll be putting it together in an Excel sheet. So all of these also I will send it to you. Just make sure that you send me a message on LinkedIn for this, and I will help you with that. Or if the file is too big, sometimes LinkedIn becomes a challenge. So you can message me, send me a WhatsApp message on this number in case you already haven't, and I will share it with you. If you're already a part of the group, then you don't need anything else from me. Group पे सब कुछ आ जाएगा. You don't need to send a personal message also. ठीक है? चलो. Acha, before we do that, are there any specific concerns that you guys have with respect to the SBL exam that you want to probably highlight? Students who are in the regular batch, you have already told me. So, apart from those, if you have any specific concerns, I don't know how to tackle this aspect, or there is something with respect to the mock, or whatever it is, you can let me know. If you don't want to tell it right now, that's also fine. You can let me know on WhatsApp and let me see how best I can help you in that. ठीक है? चलो. Oh, one very important thing which I will tell you right now, and most of you will not trust me, and then you will realize the meaning of what I am saying after your exam is done. Okay. The pre-seen material, for what it's worth, is like a package. It's like a foil. The actual exam, the questions in the actual exam are not directly based on the pre-seen. They are based on the exhibits that are given to you. So बहुत ज़्यादा pre-seen पे rely मत करना. As in, have only that much reliance on pre-seen that it is setting the background for the story that is going to unfold later. The questions that you have to answer, around 75% of that data will be contained in the specific exhibits. Very limited amount of data will be picked up from the pre-seen material. What you will get in most cases is the task requirements directly relate with the exhibit. Pre-seen से आपको कोई information उठाना नहीं है, but the understanding of pre-seen will help you to navigate the exhibits better. ठीक है? I am sure all of you have downloaded this pre-seen information applicable for the September 2025 exam. Now, before we dive deeper into pre-scene, it's always split like this. You have the intro, then you talk about the industry, which is the meal kit industry. Then you talk about the specific company. Then there is a small extract from the website that they give you. And then there is some key performance indicators वाला information. ठीक है? अब इसमें First of all, they will tell you कि this year they are talking about the meal kit industry. What is this meal kit industry? Basically, people like me who have been staying away.
不懂啊，你问廖小姐啦。
If you are not talking to me, please remain on mute, guys. It is extremely disturbing. Make sure that you unmute yourself only when you are talking to me. It breaks my flow. Please be very, very mindful of that. Okay. So when I'm talking about the meal kit industry, this is basically, those ready to eat boxes that you get. Like say, for example, there's a box of Korean noodles. These days that has become quite popular. So when you get that box of Korean noodles, usme all the ingredients are there, and then there is an instruction chota sa sheet, and you're supposed to follow the instructions, and your meal is ready. So that has become a big industry these days. And today's September attempts pre-scene is primarily based on that. So what we are going to do is we'll look at each paragraph, and I will be asking you certain questions to interpret the industry that is given to you, and then we'll try to put it together in one place. ठीक है. अब Menucraft is a meal kit business operating in the country of Ireland, which has a population of nearly 40 million people. MC was established 15 years ago and has since grown to become the second largest meal kit business operating in Ireland based on customer numbers and revenue. So they have given you a background about the company. Now we'll be using this short form throughout MC. MC is Mealcraft, which is the name of the entity. Okay. So what do we know so far? We know one thing, that this is an industry which is pre-packaged meal kits, and those are sold to individual customers. And looking at the number of customers who have signed up and the overall revenue, this company is the second largest in that particular country. ठीक है. अब based on this, see, we don't know what information is going to be tested in the paper, but what we can do is whatever we feel कि यार okay, this piece of information can add to my knowledge, or this piece of information can help me tackle the exam scenario better, let's start underlining those and highlighting those points in the material. ठीक है. Have Mealcraft is a meal kit business operating in the country of Ireland. What is the age of the organization? How old is the organization? It was established 15 years ago. It's not a startup. It's been there for a while now. And it has grown to become the second largest meal kit business. ठीक है. You are the second in terms of ranking. A meal kit service is a convenient and time-saving solution to cook a healthy and nutritious homemade meal. This service delivers pre-proportioned ingredients and step-by-step recipe instructions directly to the customer's home in a meal kit box. Most meal kit businesses operate on a subscription basis. Customers subscribe to a delivery of pre-prepared recipe ingredients which make up a meal, which they can select from a wide range of options available on the meal kit's business website or on the mobile app. Like everyone else, they also have a mobile app, and you can place your orders. Okay. Now, inside the box, what all is there inside the box? There is chilled produce, which is basically meat, dairy, fish packed inside a chill box with an ice pack to keep items fresh in transit and maintain the cold chain. Then there are long life staples, tins, rice, pasta, dried herbs, and spices precisely measured for the selected recipe. Eliminating waste and extra shopping, which means these are dried items. I think these could have a longer life, basically, or long life staples. They are not so perishable. You don't need ice and all of that to keep it, to help it, survive for a longer duration. Then you have fresh or short life produce, basically fruits, vegetables, bread, and other perishables carefully packaged to maintain freshness during delivery. You know that, you never order vegetables for an entire month. You maximum order it for a week, because it is expected to get spoiled in a shorter duration. See, meat, dairy, and fish are even more perishable in nature. What do we mean by that? A couple of hours outside the refrigerator and the item gets spoiled. You cannot consume. Maybe fruits, vegetables, and bread can survive a little longer. And then there is a recipe card. Detailed pictorial step-by-step instructions designed for cooks of all skill level, often including the nutritional information. So there are four components in the box. There is the chilled produce, which is secured using a cold storage kind of a box with ice pack to keep it cold. Then there are long life staples, again, which will basically continue for a longer duration. Then there is the short life produce, perishable items, and then there is the recipe card inside the box. Produce which needs to be kept chilled. So there are four ingredients. Now, a recipe card which provides a step-by-step and pictorial instructions on how to prepare the meal using all the pre-measured ingredients contained in the meal kit box. Now think about it. Think about what the what this industry is trying to achieve. This industry is basically trying to bring in convenience. And how exactly is it trying to get convenience? First, convenience in terms of shopping. You don't have customers don't have to go to multiple sellers, or they don't have to place multiple orders. Customers don't have to place multiple orders. No need to visit different stores. This is everything under one roof. One stop shop बोल सकते हो आप इसको. Everything under one roof basically. That is what this meal kit industry is trying to do for you, plus instructions on cooking. And basically, with instructions on cooking and all of this given, the company or this particular industry looking at, what is the elasticity of demand, they will be able to capture a bigger size of the market if they are in a position to get people used to their way of doing things. If people get used to it, if people get addicted to this kind of meal kit boxes, then the demand will go up and then they can play with the price also. Now, customers, they can select from a wide range of options. ठीक है. Anything that you want to say about wide range of options? Is it helpful for the company or it could spell problem for the company? What do you think? Is it good to have limited options? There are these South Indian restaurants which only have like five or six items that they sell, and then you have multi cuisine restaurants which have South Indian also, Italian also, and all of that. What do you think is better? Is it okay to have too many options, or limited number of options will help you scale up quickly? What do you think, Khushbu?
So I was speaking on, so sir, it depends on the goal and objective of the company.
Okay,
So whether you want to, what's your specialty, and accordingly you can scale up.
okay.
Some people are like master of none and like jack of all. So accordingly,
So there could be a debate between wide variety of options versus limited options. So you might have to analyze later कि having wide range of options, having wide range of options, not all products will sell equally. There could be loss-making products which could bring down the entire profitability. This is a possibility. But having a wide range of products, you can offer options to customers. You can offer multiple options. In that case, customers will stick with you. They will not go to others. Customers likely to stick with one supplier and not go to others. See, if you don't have the cuisine you want, if you don't have the option you want, you might drop this supplier and go to someone else. So that possibility is there. There could be, if the options are limited, of course, you will have a different set of arguments to play. Right now, customers, they, Acha, and where does this happen? This happens on the website or on the mobile app. Now, when you talk of website or mobile app, they have specifically mentioned that the order channel is website or mobile app. They have not spoken about telephone booking, or they have not spoken about dine in, or they have, so dine in though is not possible, because these are pre-prepared boxes. But Cat takeaway wala option is also, they haven't mentioned anything about it. So we can say that orders are placed on website or on app. Okay. So can you tell me one or maybe one or two points in favor of having an online mode of ordering, and one or two points which could be a challenge when it comes to website or app? Maybe I can give you one example. Not all customers would be tech savvy. You might lose out on these customers. You might lose out on customers who want to order but are not really tech savvy. So they cannot navigate the website or the app. Maybe they don't have an online payment channel. Like, some people don't have a Google Pay option. So these people could be under that category. So that is one problem of having a website or an app. And too much system dependence. ठीक है. Issues during system downtime. Like yesterday morning, now the ACCA study hub was down for maintenance, and I was conducting a class at that point in time. So I couldn't access so many of the questions because I had not downloaded or taken screenshots of those questions. They were on the website, and because the website was down and I had dependence only on the website, my class got stuck for some duration because I could not access anything. Then not all customers would have access to the internet. Not all customers would have internet access. ठीक है. There could be issues during system downtime. We spoke about that. Not every customer would have access to the internet. And then there could be system failures. ठीक है. Then susceptibility to cyber security attacks. These are the issues that you could face if you are thinking about only online orders or mobile app wala orders. ठीक है. What are some of the benefits that you could have because of online orders, because of the online ordering system? Avinash, Nisha, any point from you? More convenient, attracts younger customers, attracts younger customers. Then quick and efficient. If it is working properly, then of course it is quick and efficient. What else? Quick order placing with better track record online and easy to trace. Okay. What else could we think about? I'm getting some interesting answers in the chat box. Access to larger market sizes as compared to retail stores. Yes. Access to larger markets as compared to retail stores. Anything else? It could be a source of gathering data, yes, and you could use that data for other purposes. Collection of data can help in understanding the customer demands, can alter products accordingly. This also seems like a very useful point. It can help the organization grow later. You can make amendments to the product accordingly. How would you know that? Maybe when customers are placing an order, they are asking for extra salt and extra seasoning, or they are asking for extra oil or something. So that way you can know how to change the mix of items within the box. And in this particular box that we are talking about, do you see any risks coming your way? Ki think about the worst that can happen in this setup. What do you think can go wrong? All whenever you're talking about risk, always ask the question, what do you think can go wrong? In this situation, what can go wrong? Look at the four ingredients and based on that, tell me the answer. I think there are perishable items here. Those perishable items can they can quickly get spoiled. Potential risks. You have perishable items in the box. Items could get spoiled. Customers might consume spoiled items. You know, when you order a cake, for example, and you keep it outside, you don't keep it in the fridge, and then you try to eat it, you taste it and you know that this item is spoiled, it is not fit for consumption. There is a possibility that the person who ends up using these ingredients, see, because it is cake, you directly eat it, but when you are using ingredients, you don't necessarily taste the raw material before putting it in the pan or something, right? So there is a possibility that you don't really notice that the item has gotten spoiled. You use it in cooking. Customers might consume spoiled items. Health issues. ठीक है? Health issues. Then there is a liability for compensation on the organization. That is possible. ठीक है? Contamination risks might lead to lawsuits. Yes, this is a brilliant point. We could write that here. Contamination risks could lead to lawsuit and decrease in reputation and financial loss. I remember ordering something once in Mumbai. I used to like this place a lot, but when I was eating it, in my food, I found a stapler pin. Naturally, after that, I'm never going to order from that place. There is something else very interesting that I'm getting here from Ria. Every customer would not be able to follow the instructions accurately and then blame the company for bad recipe. I think this is classic Indian behavior. Anything goes wrong, blame the company. But yes, this is a potential risk, and you end up blaming the company, and the company's reputation goes for a toss. If lawsuits are filed, bad publicity due to lawsuits, quite possible. Uh, Khushi, can you elaborate on the environmental risk part? Prabjot has also given a very interesting point. Instructions may not be understandable for someone. वो भी हो सकता है. Dependency on tech, yes, that is a risk. We have discussed that here. Then what else? So, a basic idea you have gotten about the company. Packaging box disposal. Oh, brilliant point. Disposal of packing box. If not done right, could lead to pollution. ठीक है. Harms the environment. Then environmental support groups could be up in arms against you. That is a fair possibility in this case. Okay, fair enough. Now let's have a look at the market overview. Okay, this was background. Now let's have a look at the market overview. Inventory storage, since they are perishable, company would need to think of quantity to keep the basic orders. Yes. uh Again, some very, very interesting points coming in. There's one point from Prerna about inventory storage, that because the inventory is perishable, the company will usually avoid ordering in bulk. But because they have not ordered in bulk, what if there is a big inflow of orders on one particular day, and they don't have enough raw material to put in the box to serve the customer needs? Then there is one very critical problem that Soyuz has pointed out, which is basically meal kit might get altered and reach different customers. I think with Swiggy, Zomato, and all of that, all of us have faced it at some point in time where we have ordered something else and we got somebody else's order altogether. And then, you have to tell the company कि इसको replace करो. Now the company will have to send someone to collect the packet from you, then they will have to again spend on delivering the correct packet to you. So all of these are fair enough points, and all of these are risks that the organization would face given the industry it is operating in. Let's get an understanding of the market overview. Okay, there are some numbers here. These numbers will be useful. Plus, they have given us information about competitors. That information about competitors will also help us to, position ourselves. Where do we stand in the market? What is our standing? How do we fare in terms of competition? Let's have a look at this. At the end of 2004, the global meal kit industry was worth $25 billion and is predicted to grow to reach $75 billion in the next decade. The first meal kit business, Freshie, was established 17 years ago in the neighboring country of Ghana. Within 3 years of Freshie's establishment and driven by the success of the Freshie business model, many more meal kit businesses began operating across the world. Some of the most successful businesses, including Freshie, have gone on to become global businesses operating on multiple continents. Meal kits have proved to be popular as they offer customers a convenient and reasonably priced alternative to physically shopping for separate meal ingredients. They all see, we just spoke about it, right? In the previous tab where we spoke about the convenience that these kits offer. They also limit the amount of food waste for the customer as ingredients for each recipe are carefully measured by the meal kit provider, avoiding the need for customers to purchase big packs of an ingredient when only a small amount is required in a recipe. Okay. Menucraft was the first meal kit business established in Ireland, a country with a well-developed economy and where nearly 75% of its population live and work in its urban towns and cities. Busy work and family lives and the desire to eat quick and easy to prepare home-cooked nutritious meals has driven the popularity of meal kits in Ireland. Meal kits have proved to be particularly popular with young professionals and families. So here they are trying to draw your attention to who is your biggest customer group. ठीक है, एक तो it is young professionals and families where you have multiple people working. There are currently four main businesses which produce and sell meal kits in Ireland. Freshie is the only global business, whereas the other three MCR company, Food Dropper and iMeals operate only in Ireland. There are several smaller meal kit businesses which either operate regionally or offer a bespoke service focused on specific dietary requirements. What do you mean by bespoke? Bespoke means customized orders. Like I am a diabetic patient for it. I'm not a diabetic patient. I have borderline diabetes. They are very two different things. But I have been told that I should not include potatoes or sugar or all of these ingredients in my food. So if I have a bespoke service, I will tell them, I cannot eat these items. I'm allergic to these items. So whatever you send, it should not include these ingredients. ठीक है. अब there are smaller meal kit businesses, like those home based businesses probably, which offer customized meal kit boxes based on specific dietary requirements. These days, I think being vegan has become quite popular. I have friends who have become vegan, and of course, there's like they don't consume animal products basically. So people are catering to that. Freshie is MC's largest competitor, entering the island market within 1 year of MC being established. A Freshie is not it's not from this country of Ireland. It is from the neighboring country, but it has entered the island market. Despite Freshie being an internationally known brand, MC has managed to maintain a competitive position and has established itself as a well respected local brand throughout Ireland. This is the market, okay? You are this. We are menu craft 24%. Our biggest competitor is at 35. The one next to us is at 17. Then there is iMeals, which is the smallest one individually. And then remaining everyone else makes up 11% of the market. Look at the growth of the meal kit customers in Ireland. Okay. It started off with extremely modest numbers, but today, as you speak, it's well above 20 lakhs right now. And it has grown exponentially. You see, you try to trace the growth, it has literally grown quite exponentially. It's like a steep upward growth of numbers that you can see. Now, there's a reason why customers choose meal kits, right? What are these reasons? Let's try to understand. Why do customers go for the meal kits? Convenience and planning relief. You don't have to visit multiple showrooms. You don't have to visit, showrooms is the wrong word. You don't have to visit different departmental stores, buy vegetables from here, buy spices from there, buy milk from a third place. You don't have to do that. Everything is available in one box. One order fixes everything for you, eliminates shopping trips and reduces decision fatigue for busy professionals and families. I mean, I have friends who spend hours deciding what to order from a MACD, and you know how limited the MACD menu is. And I know friends of mine who will spend time just deciding what to order and what combination works best for them, what dip, what sauce, what burger, whatever. Here, you don't have to do any of it. One box contains everything. Then value perception and waste reduction. Pre-measured portions, avoid buying large packs for small recipe needs, reducing household food waste. Up I live alone, okay? So sometimes when I order, I need only 50 grams of a particular item and I'm going to need it only once. I don't have so many people in the house. But when I order something on Blinkit, they give me a 250 grams packet or they give me a 1 kg packet. Now, 1 kg packet I'm not going to use in one day. I'm barely going to use 50 grams or 100 grams. So what happens to the rest? The rest gets stocked in a cupboard. And just yesterday evening, this happened that I had purchased Rajma some time ago and I had put it in a box, but I forgot to use it because for whatever reason. And when I opened it, there was some insect there. So naturally, I had to throw it all away. Waste. There is waste because, for people who are living like me by themselves, you don't have small packets. You only have 1 kg packet. So in case of meal kits, what is happening is there are pre-measured portions. So if you want to make, for example, roti sabzi, you will have the exact proportion of wheat flour to make four rotis, exact proportion of cut vegetables for one person, along with spices and everything. So nothing goes to waste. That's, an advantage here. And it also brings in a lot of value. You can see that there is menu variety. We saw that we discussed the pros and cons of it, and it can be tailored to dietary requirements also with the smaller businesses. See, we have not gone down to the company level. We don't know what MC does, but we know that in the market there are dietary customizations also which are possible, and that is the reason why this particular business has become so popular. And it's not necessary that you have to be an expert cook to be able to make any of these items. You just need to follow the instructions and make it. The primary adopters are typically urban, time poor professionals. Why have I used the word time poor? People who are short on time, people like you and me. We have exams to prepare for, offices to reach, so on and so forth. So, all we have limited time, and this can help us to cook the food in a limited amount of time and to balance convenience with healthy eating habits. Now, with that in mind, let's go back to the pre-scene for a moment and let's look at the different meal kit options and let's have an understanding of uh, what is the subscription model like. We'll analyze the customers separately, don't worry. Meal kit customers in Ireland are increasingly looking for meal options which suit their requirements. This has led to meal kit businesses offering a wide range of meal kit menu choices to align with individual dietary needs, preferences, and tastes. This include vegetarian, no meat or fish, vegan, no meat, fish, or dairy, Gluten free, I still don't understand what is gluten free, which excludes foods which contain the protein gluten like wheat and rye products, and low fat or low carbohydrate diets. I mean, I know friends who have done keto, who are, following different diets, and they are basically able to cater to so many different options right now. That is one part which has added to the appeal of this particular product. But how exactly is the order placed? This reminds me of a service that Zomato had started a couple of years ago. What was happening there? They called it Zomato Legends. So I'm sitting in Delhi and I feel like eating some pav bhaji from Mumbai, for example. So I had to place an order on Zomato Legends. What they would do is they would source the item from Mumbai, which is 1,000 kilometers away, package it nicely. Okay, package it nicely, and there's a process in which you remove all the moisture from the product. You pack it in airtight containers, you ship it in record time, the material gets delivered to my location, and I just have to heat it, I have to follow the instructions, add spices, and my final product is ready. That is, Zomato would do that within 2 days or 36 hours basically. Now, let's understand what is the meal kit subscription process. Below is a description of the process of subscribing to a meal kit service through a meal kit business app or website. The subscription process allows customers a large degree of flexibility in the size, type, and frequency of the meal kit boxes they wish to purchase. Subscriptions can be cancelled at any time by the customer. Set up an account through the website or the mobile app. And like you do for any other app, enter personal detail, address, payment detail. Then select subscription preferences. Meal kit portion size, normally 1, 2, or 4 portions per meal kit recipe selected. One portion serves one person per meal. When you buy any packaged food product, you will often see, serves one, serves two. Or when you are placing an order, I remember placing an order on Behru's Biryani. So there they had mentioned serves four. So if you have four guests total, then you could use that particular option. If you are a single person eating it, then you could go for one portion. All options are possible. Meal kit preference, meat, vegetarian, non-dairy, gluten-free, I don't know what else. Meal kit recipe, normally 2, 3, or 4 recipes per meal kit delivery. Meal kit delivery frequency, one per week, one every 2 weeks, and one per month. It could, they are delivering pre-packaged boxes. You could have fresh inflow of boxes coming to you every week or once a fortnight or once a month also. It's not one meal per month, it's one delivery per month. Then confirm or cancel the order. You select the subscription preferences. You can confirm or cancel the order at least 48 hours before the required delivery date. Confirm meal kit delivery selection made at stage 2 and confirm required delivery date or cancel or suspend delivery. So, when you place an order on these food delivery apps, like I place an order on Zomato, I have like a 1 minute window to cancel the order. If I don't cancel the order, then my money is not going to be returned and the product will be delivered. Now it's my headache. What should I do with it? But when it comes to certain businesses, like just 2 days ago, I was placing an order on Urban Company for someone to come and clean the porch and, all of those parts of the house. So I placed an order for, this professional, and then there was a message which said that you can cancel in the next 3 hours, otherwise 200 rupees will be deducted. So there could be certain charges also on cancellation, and if at all you have to cancel, that has to be done at least 48 hours before the required delivery date. So if the delivery is happening on Thursday, then I have to cancel it. If I've chosen Thursday as my date of delivery, then I should cancel it at least by 2 days, 48 hours before that, which is by Tuesday, basically. So it depends on you. It depends on what portions you want, what ingredients you want, what choice of meal you want. But you can, once you place an order, you want to cancel it, you can only do it till 48 hours before the cutoff date. Otherwise, the order will be delivered. You don't have a choice. Okay. And uh, See, they have written here normally two, three, or four recipes per meal kit delivery. It's not necessary that every meal kit should contain only one delivery. Multiple or combinations of items are possible. Now, you can pause or cancel at any given point in time. And let's have an understanding, of course, and we'll analyze these points one by one. But you observe one thing, despite its growing popularity, the meal kit industry still accounts for a very small proportion of the overall food sales globally. Therefore, meal kit businesses recognize there is still a significant opportunity to develop and grow the meal kit market. And have a look at the key drivers in the meal kit market. There is convenience or time saving, there is quality, menu variety, and customization. Meal kit businesses offer a diverse menu selection which attracts and retain customers who are looking for a range of recipes from many worldwide cuisines. Look at the cost effectiveness point. It is essential for meal kit businesses to strike the correct balance between offering value for money and maintaining a reasonable price point for their meal kits. Customers are likely to remain loyal if they perceive meal kits to be cost effective compared to dining out or having to shop for ingredients in a variety of grocery stores. So it's the same point, that they are highlighting again and again. And we know that if you want to uh, get a hold of this particular market, if you want to remain active in this particular market, reach the top, then your growth will be driven by the time within which you are delivering the meal kits to the customers, then the quality of items that you are delivering, then menu variety and customization, and cost effectiveness. We look at the industry challenges and developments later, but let's break down the market overview. Okay, mention this. Let's go to the Excel sheet. So let's talk about the first meal kit business, Freshie, was established 17 million years ago. Let's write down some key data points for us to understand. What is size of global market end of 20x4? $25 billion. Size of global markets in the next decade. It's expected to be $75 billion. Okay. It's expected to grow by, it's expected to grow thrice, three times. Freshie was established 17 years ago. Within 3 years of Freshie's establishment and driven by the Freshie model, many more businesses entered the space. What are the points for popularity? Reasons why they are popular? Reasons why meal kits are popular? We discussed the four reasons. First of all, convenience, ease of planning, then reasonably priced alternative to physically shopping for separate meal ingredients. I can write down convenience. No need to shop for ingredients separately. Limits food waste. So, you can overall reduce the level of wastage in the economy and create more value, better for the environment also. Plus menu variety also. We saw that point below. Menucraft was the first meal kit business in Ireland, a country with a well-developed economy and where nearly 75% of its population live and work in its urban towns and cities. A reason for popularity in Ireland. What is the reason for popularity in Ireland? 75% of the population is urban, lives in urban centers. Because they live in urban centers, they are busy working and they want to eat, quick and easy to make recipes. Shortage of time, want easy to make healthy recipes. And this is where the pre-packaged meal boxes come into play. Yes, well-developed economy is also a critical point. Well-developed economy means spending capacity is there. है ना? There is spending capacity with the customers. And they are popular with young professionals and families. There are four main businesses. There is top four players. Who are those? You have Freshie, which is the biggest. Then you have MC, that is us. Then you have Food Dropper, and you have iMeals. Okay. Then there are smaller businesses also, other smaller businesses. See, when you know that there are different players and the details about competitors have been given, I'm sure somewhere it should strike your mind that we will have to look at Porter's five forces model also as we move ahead. And MC has managed to maintain a strong competitive position, and it is a well-respected local brand throughout Ireland. They have given you the uh, relative customers relative share in the overall market, and the meal kit customer growth that has also been given to you. We looked at meal kit options and we looked at the meal kit subscription process. Let's have a quick understanding of the drivers of growth, and you have to tell me if there is anything that strikes you as worth noting here. Okay. Key drivers in the growth of the meal kit market: convenience or time saving. We have discussed this. Quality. Most meal kit customers expect their meals to be made from fresh, high quality ingredients, which many meal kit businesses achieve through partnering with local farmers and suppliers. This ensures that the freshest produce is included in the meal kit. Partnering with farmers. Anything that strikes you worth noting here in terms of partnering with farmers? Khushbu? I think when you partner with farmers directly, you remove middlemen, so you get fresh produce at lower rates. No need to pay commission to the middleman. Then there is diverse menu selection. We have mentioned that. And then there is cost effectiveness. There is a lot of scope for the market to grow and develop at this stage. So the market is still in its nascent stage. It hasn't really penetrated so much globally. ठीक है. Okay. Let's look at some problems that the industry is facing. There are already several meal kit businesses operating in Ireland, and one of these, Freshie, is a large internationally renowned business with large corporate backing. Also, the heat and eat market is popular with customers in Ireland. Heat and eat meals are different from meal kit boxes in that they are fully prepared meals which require the customer to heat up in the oven or microwave. There is no need for the customer to undertake any preparation of ingredients. Many supermarkets offer a wide range of heat and eat products. In addition, supermarkets have recognized the threat posed by online meal kit businesses, and some supermarkets have started offering their own lines of meal kit options in store and online. Now, here, there are two major threats to my business that I can see, or two major challenges. One is the heat and eat market. What is the heat and eat market? Now, there are so many players in India, like MTR, like even Haldiram for that matter. They have these ready to eat boxes of vegetables, rotis, and all of that. Okay. You don't have to mix the ingredients, you don't have to do anything. You have to go to the store, buy the packet, place it in a pan full of hot water. Just place the packet. You don't have to empty the ingredients. Just place the packet in a big container of boiling hot water. Let it be like that for the next 5 to 6 minutes, and the item is ready. Now just cut the packet open and eat the vegetable that is inside it. That is the heat and eat market. This is for even lazier customers. Okay. In the For customers who were who were ordering the meal kit boxes, at least they were willing to put in the effort of mixing the ingredients, following the recipe, and all of that. In the heat and eat market, it's so simple. For these products, as I told you, take the packet, place it in a place it in a pan of hot boiling water. Maybe, switch on the shower, or maybe switch on the geyser, and by the time you finish that activity, the food item is ready for you. So that is your competitor. Okay, that's another competitor for the product, for the business. And see, these are all online businesses. Okay, the meal kit business is an online business where you are placing orders online, and then and then the material is getting delivered to your doorstep. The local supermarkets have realized that because of these businesses, we are losing out on customers. So they have started their own lines of meal kit options. Either customers can go to the store and buy them, or they can buy it online. So there is a business type that is a problem. Supermarkets are an upcoming threat. They are an emerging threat because they have called you a threat and they are responding to it. Okay. Apart from that, what else? Apart from that, uh, this heat and eat business is eating up into it might eat up into your revenue. So these are two threats or two challenges that we have identified. Let's quickly note these down. I'll call it challenges and I'll make a separate tab around it. This will help us, when we do Porter's five forces analysis. Just one moment. I hope you can see my Excel sheet. Okay. Now here, there are 2 points that I want to highlight in the competition bit. There is competition from heat and eat products. These are ready to eat products. All you have to do is heat it in a microwave. No need to cook, or no need to follow a recipe or anything. Food is ready. So that is your first big competition. Okay, the heat and eat supplier. And second type of competitor is the supermarkets. They have also turned out to be rivals. They also have started selling meal kit boxes. ठीक है. They have also started selling meal kit boxes. And what do you do with the meal kit? They are selling it in the stores, selling it in stores, and also selling online. So these are the two big competitive threats that I can see. Which are those two? One is the heat and eat products, the other one is the supermarket. Now, customer retention, customer attraction and acquisition has been relatively straightforward for many meal kit businesses with wide marketing and social media coverage through their online channels. However, customer retention has proved difficult for most businesses, with many customers switching frequently to obtain new customer discounts and offers from competitors, and other customers finding a subscription service either too expensive or too restrictive. Customer churn in the meal kit industry is high, with less than 25% of subscriptions lasting more than 6 months. Customer churn is high. What would the word customer churn possibly mean? Anyone? Sumit, what is customer churn meaning? Avinash? So basically, what is customer churn? Let's write that down. I do have some answers coming in. Customer switching, the rate at which customers stop subscriptions or stop using the service, yes, that would be customer churn. The rate at which they leave you and they move to someone else, basically. Okay. So when we talk about customer churn, the rate at which customers stop doing business with the company or cancel the subscription. The rate at which customers stop doing business with a company and cancel subscriptions. Rather, the rate at which customers leave you and move to a competitor. ठीक है. Customer churn in the meal kit is high, with less than 25% subscriptions lasting more than 6 months. High rate of churn. Most customers, or rather, let's mention numbers. 25%, or rather, less than 25% subscriptions last more than 6 months. Okay. So this seems like a challenge. Customer retention seems like a big challenge for the company. And customer attraction and acquisition has been relatively straightforward for many meal kit businesses with wide marketing and social media coverage through their online channels. But retention has proved to be difficult. Now, if I am also guilty of this. Say I'm ordering something on, there's this service called Lenskart. They basically ship spectacles. Okay. Now I usually place an order on Lenskart, but if I see another company's ad on Insta or on LinkedIn or on YouTube or wherever I see an ad, the first thing I will do is I will see what discounts are they offering. I will compare that price with the my regular subscription. If that is cheaper, I will drop this and I will move on to that. So that is also another reason why for small discounts or offers from competitors, customers become, they get disillusioned with you and they move to the next business or they move to the next provider in that situation. So these are, of course, some of the challenges that you are facing in this particular industry. Now, logistical complexities. With the need to offer a wide variety of meal kits and delivery options and the promise of the freshest range of ingredients, many meal kit businesses partner with hundreds of different ingredient suppliers, This requires significant investment in supplier management information systems and continuous supplier relationship management to ensure that the freshest ingredients are available to fulfill customer orders when demanded. Similarly, coordination of customer deliveries is complex and requires significant investment in sophisticated logistical software and strong relationships with third-party logistics suppliers. Let's understand this part in two segments with the need to offer variety of meal kits and delivery options and the promise of the freshest ingredients. Okay. What are the promises made? Variety in meal kits. Okay. Then uh, promise of fresh ingredients. Okay. You have promised variety, you have promised fresh ingredients uh, and multiple delivery options. And delivery options. This requires significant investment in supplier management information system. Excuse me. What do you mean by supplier management information system? To ensure that freshest ingredients are available to fulfill customer orders when demanded. Suppose I am selling milk or I'm packaging mushrooms or I'm packaging some milk and dairy products. Now, the moment a customer places an order, the promise is that it will get delivered to you by so and so date. If you want to make the delivery possible by so and so date, you will have to ensure that when the boxes are getting packed, you have milk from a supplier ready in your warehouse at that particular point in time. Or if you are transporting meat, then the meat has to be fresh, it has to be from a disease free animal, and it has to be there with you at the right amount of time. Okay. And for this purpose, it is necessary that you have a sophisticated tracking mechanisms. You need sophisticated tracking mechanisms. Then you need good relationship management with suppliers. What else do you need? You need to invest in the right kind of systems they have mentioned. You need supplier MIS and you need to have a good relationship management system, as in the suppliers have to be paid in time and certain benefits have to be passed on to them. Then the tracking mechanism has to be sophisticated. Then it has to be aligned with customer orders. Your relationship with suppliers have to be aligned with the customer orders. You need quick response. And what is MIS? Basically, here you might have that data and technology wala unit coming to your rescue. You need robust MIS. What is MIS? MIS is Management Information System. Basically, do you have the capacity? Do you have the ability to track the information? And see, a part of supplier relationship management would also include making timely payments, not exceeding the timelines that have been allocated to you for making the payment. So all of these are critical points. If you do this naturally, you will be able to foster a healthy relationship with the supplier. And similarly, coordination of customer deliveries is complex and requires significant investment in sophisticated logistics software. Okay, this is with the supplier side things, rather not here, maybe here. Supplier side, and then you have customer side. Similarly, coordination of customer deliveries is complex and significant investment in sophisticated logistical software and strong relationship with third-party logistics supplier. Up, what does it require? significant investment in sophisticated logistics software. See, there are real-time tracking mechanisms also possible, like establishing a tracking device with each dispatch. But then that will require a significant capital investment, or, you know, giving a real-time location update by the transporter so that you know that at any given point of time, where exactly is your delivery vehicle. That will also help you to, you know, that will help you to tackle the delivery related challenges. You will be able to keep the customers happy. And for that, again, you need investment in cold storage also. You need investment in tracking mechanism also. You need investment in software also. So all of these requirements will that will have an impact on how efficiently are you able to deal with the customers. Okay. Then real time tracking. This is also a challenge we can say. And what are third-party logistics suppliers? Can you tell me, Srihari? Srihari, what are third-party logistics suppliers? These are basically these are basically entities outside your entity. For example, there is a see, I'm the maker, I'm the manufacturer of meal kits, and I have customers in some remote part of the country, or I have customers in a part of the country which is far away from me. In that case, naturally, my own transport trucks and tempos are of not any use. I will need a strong transportation partner or a strong delivery partner who knows what are the ingredients in my delivery box so that he can probably ensure timely delivery without causing any damage to the materials contained in the box. You will also need, a good level of coordination, because if this particular consignment is going to pass through multiple cities and, through multiple locations, you will need probably to make a, you know, inspection at every stage, because trucks are often inspected by the interstate border people and all of that. So to ensure that all of these checking, all of this verification, all of this happens quickly, and the trucks and the transports are not held at different stages, you will need to foster strong relationships with third party logistics suppliers. Maybe what you will also have to do is say, I am sitting in Delhi and this is where my manufacturing is happening, but at the same time I have customers in Mumbai. So what I do is I have a third party warehouse in Mumbai where my stock is kept. So tomorrow if a customer from in and around Mumbai places an order, I don't have to dispatch from Delhi, I can dispatch from my Mumbai warehouse itself. For that reason, I will need another warehouse in Mumbai. It might not be my warehouse, it could be a third party warehouse, but I will need to build a strong relationship with them, and I will have to ensure that I have set up adequate amount or adequate number of such third party warehouses at different locations. Isse kya, what will happen because of this? This will ensure that I can authorize the local warehouses or the local centers to facilitate the delivery, and the time required for sending it from Delhi to that location is minimized. You can send it from Mumbai, which is relatively closer. So that is what we mean by third party logistics suppliers. These are transporters, then third party warehouses, showrooms where your or departmental stores where goods are sold. So that is, those are the logistical challenges, logistical complexities that we can talk about. Anything else you want to add on the logistical complexity front? Anyone? The way I would put it is, I would talk about supplier management, where companies typically manage hundreds of suppliers to ensure freshness and menu variety. Now, yeah, when it comes to supplier management, you also have to understand you cannot depend on a single vendor, right? Single vendor dependence is often a problem, which means you will need multiple suppliers of different ingredients so that if one supplier is not able to send the material in time, your business doesn't collapse because this person is not able to deliver. You can get in touch with someone else also. Companies typically manage hundreds of suppliers to ensure freshness and menu variety, necessitating sophisticated supplier management information systems and relationship management protocols. Relationship management protocols often, include simple things that Indian businessmen often do. For example, at the time of New Year, we often present our customers with a diary, or during Diwali and festive seasons, we often send dry fruit boxes as a gift, so just as to create a goodwill with the client, a good relationship with the client. Then cold chain logistics, temperature control delivery requires specialized third party partners, real time monitoring systems, and contingency planning for delivery failures that could compromise food safety. Like, what happened in Mumbai just 2 days ago? It's been raining like no one's business in Mumbai. So if it rains, if there is, sometimes there are landslides in some parts of the country, sometimes there's a flood. So what if because of the flood, or because of the landslide, all movement is stopped? If all movement is brought to a standstill, then the vehicle cannot proceed beyond that point, which means even if there is cold storage, the items inside the vehicle will get spoiled. So for that, you will have to have a contingency plan in place so that customers are not left dissatisfied. And technology infrastructure, advanced routing algorithms, inventory management systems, predictive analysis are essential to optimize costs while maintaining quality and timeliness. Advanced routing algorithms. What is a routing algorithm? Anything from anyone, Anisha? What is a routing algorithm? Tracing. Okay. Say, for example, I was supposed to travel from point A to point B, and Google Maps is showing me a particular path. Okay, there's a usual route that I take to go from location A to location B. But on that particular day, there was an accident on that road, because of which the traffic was blocked for several hours. So if I had to still reach the location B, my Google Maps will tell me that don't take your usual route, take this route, which will take you to the same location. So basically, your technology should be advanced enough that if there is an accident, if there is a landslide or anything in your path, then your softwares and systems should be able to find an alternative route for you to reach the location. Then this will ensure that the deliveries are not delayed, or you can inform the customer well in advance. You can also put together inventory management systems, in the sense, not have all the products in one location at the central warehouse, but probably, distributing the inventory over multiple locations, or doing predictive analysis, in the sense, that the festive season is coming, so you stock your raw materials more, that when you are ordering a higher quantity of raw material, there is a possibility that you will get discounts also, which will help in cost optimization while maintaining quality and timeliness. So all of these are the technology infrastructure points which could become a challenge for the entity if not tackled in advance. These operational challenges create significant barriers to entry, but also represent the opportunities for established players to build competitive advantage through superior execution and system integration. Now, for this, we will have to talk about supply chain. We'll have to look at the make or buy logistics decision or dual sourcing strategies. So, from syllabus area D and F, we will try to map areas to this one. And having a look at the retention statistics, less than 25% of the meal kit subscriptions continue beyond 6 months, creating significant customer acquisition cost pressure. See, we spoke while we were discussing 15 minutes ago that customer retention, out of 100 customers who come to you, only about 25% remain with you beyond 6 months, 75% go out. That doesn't mean you can allow your business to stop. Now you will have to acquire new customers. How will you acquire new customers? The business will have to spend money on marketing, for advertising, for promotion, which means the customer acquisition cost goes up. And that makes it difficult for the business to stabilize. The churn that we are talking about, it has come because of, this discount hopping behavior of customers. What is discount hopping behavior? Somebody offers you additional 1.5%, you drop this and you go to the other person. So there is no loyalty with a supplier. Perceived value gap as subscription continues. Some see perceived value gap. What does that mean? What I'm trying to say here is, see, if there is a subscription model. What is a subscription model? That you buy a pass for an entire month of, say, $100, and you can place as many orders as you want, and you will get those at a discounted price. Instead of 20, you have to pay 14 rupees or something. Now there is a possibility that I have purchased this 100 rupees monthly subscription, which allows me to order a maximum of 10 meals per month. But I order only 4 meals usually, because the remaining times I go out or I cook myself at home or something. So because of that, because of this subscription model, people might often feel that I am paying $100 a month. But against that, I'm using the service only 3 to 4 times. And that means the remaining 6 times when I could have placed an order, I have lost out on the opportunity and my subscription money goes to waste. Or there could be menu fatigue and desire for greater flexibility. The customers might get bored of eating the same thing again and again. And they might move on to someone else, and competitive promotions drawing customers away. These days, nothing works better than an advertisement. So if your advertisement is doing the right job, you will end up, if the competitors advertisement is very very attractive, they have probably hired a big film star or an influencer for that. People will not buy from you, they will buy from the competitor. So that is how stupid herd mentality is. But that could be a key reason for the customer churn that is happening in this type of business. Okay. Cool. It's 12:30, guys, and I know that sitting for a theory subject for that long can tire you. So I'll give you a short break. Let's take a quick 15-minute break. Come back in 15 minutes and we'll continue where we left off. Okay? I'll see you in 15. Same link. I'm here only, just join the same link again. You're focusing on mocks, so any specific help that you require, do let me know. You can let it know in the form that I have put on as a part of my LinkedIn post. So do let me know about that. If you need mock evaluation, you can let me know there. Okay. The ones who are already a part of the regular batch, of course, they have mock evaluation already included. In fact, we have finished one mock evaluation. Okay. Any other point of concern, you can let me know. I have given you my number as well for getting in touch with me. Okay. Let's have a look at, we looked at customer churn and logistical complexities, and I think we needed to have a closer look at the competitive rivalry in the market. So let's quickly analyze that. Our recording is on. So in terms of the competitive landscape, there are established competitors like Freshie, MC, iMeals, and Food Dropper. There are niche or diet specialists gaining traction, and there are, so there is one category of already established players. Then you have, those smaller businesses which provide customized menu. They are also gaining a lot of attention, and substitute products, which are basically the heat and eat products, the grocery deliveries, your supermarkets, they have also become, like a major competition for you. Then there is high rivalry intensity, which we saw. The cost of switching for a customer, the cost of switching from you to another network, to another supplier, is very easy. It doesn't require any additional cost. So for that particular reason, it's very easy for them to jump from one supplier to another for a small discount. and that will create a consistent margin pressure. You will have to spend more money in order to acquire more and more customers. You might have to give them discounts, you might have to lower the price. And when you are trying to lower the price, you still want to maintain the profit margin, so you will have to also put a pressure to keep the cost under control. And marketing and advertising and say sales promotion activities, there will be an intense war that could happen on that front. And it will be necessary for entities to focus on differentiation, try to do something that others are not doing. You will have to think about partnership opportunities. Like, in one part they said that you could you could have a direct alliance with a farmer where you could ensure regular supply of all the fresh raw material ingredients. Product innovation could be the key, and sustainable competitive advantage might be difficult to maintain. So constant innovation and thinking about different alternatives to tackle competition will be necessary. Specifically for this, we will be looking at Porter's five forces in great detail, because Porter's five forces has a direct implication on this. Okay. Food safety and increasing regulations. Meal kits include a variety of perishable food, including meat, fish, eggs, and dairy products, such as milk, cream, and cheese. Many of these products, without suitable packaging, storage, and refrigeration, are subject to potential cross contamination, whereby harmful bacteria from one substance are transferred to another substance, and bacterial growth, which could lead to serious illnesses. Like, there is salmonella, which is a poultry related disease or a poultry related epidemic that sometimes breaks out. What if that also leads to, poisoning of other raw material ingredients, because all of them are packed together in one box. Okay. And if the fruit gets spoiled, or if the meat gets spoiled and the bacteria spreads to other items, then they could all get spoiled. Meal kits have been linked to outbreak of illnesses and food poisoning. Not everyone has the technical expertise to know that a particular item is spoiled or not. And as I told you, finished product you will eat. You will eat a piece of cake and realize, no, this is spoiled. You will throw it away. You will not buy it. You will not consume it. But if it's raw material, you don't taste raw meat or you don't taste a raw vegetable to find out that it has become spoiled or not. And just by looking at it, you might not know every time whether it is spoiled. So you might end up consuming a damaged item or a spoiled item, and that will lead to serious illnesses later. Then, as a result, food standard regulators are becoming increasingly focused on meal kit providers, setting out best practice documentation and increasing regulatory standards and guidance directly linked to how meal kit businesses store, package, and deliver their raw ingredients and final meal kit boxes. Like, in India, for example, you have the FSSAI or you have the FDA in different countries, which is basically the Food and Drug Authorities. It is their job to basically ensure the supply of healthy ingredients, and at least at the supply stage the materials are not spoiled. So there is an increasing regulation by the governmental authorities in order to maintain food standards. And see, with higher regulations and higher incidence of rules, it is quite possible that the compliance cost will go high. When the compliance cost goes high, the margins will get thinner. Sometimes this will prolong or delay a particular process, which is what brings us to the food and safety regulatory compliance. This is linked with, again, this all of this constantly keeps on getting linked with the risk topic. But food safety represents both an operational imperative and a significant business risk for meal kit providers. What do you mean by operational imperative? It is something that organizations have to do. It's like, uh, how before eating something, you will heat it. If some item is in the refrigerator, you will not eat it cold, you will heat it and eat. Similarly, if you are a meal kit provider, then before the final product is packed, additional uh, checking will be necessary in order to ensure that spoiled material is not shipped to customers. Okay. And a significant business risk for meal kit providers, the food safety issues. Cross contamination risks are elevated due to variety of ingredients like meat, fish, dairy, eggs in close proximity during packaging. And these are all super perishable items, meat and fish specifically. Eggs are still okay. Eggs don't get spoiled that quickly, but the other items do. Now, the Island Food Safety Authority, AFSA, it conducts mandatory inspections. It grants operating licenses on certifications, and there is increasing scrutiny following incidents in comparable markets. We saw just now in the background info that in different parts of the world, there have been cases where this bacterial growth or cross contamination has led to serious illnesses and food poisoning. So, naturally, the food and safety authorities have become all the more vigilant when it comes to ensuring that basic safety is taken care of before the product is shipped to the customer. Okay. Then there are additional requirements that come in because of the food and safety authorities and the kind of inspections that they conduct. Here, you will see that there is a below the key performance indicator paragraph, there is a specific reference to the industry regulatory body, which is the Island Food Standards Agency, AFSA. This is the government agency responsible for food safety and food hygiene in Ireland. Okay, it works with a wide range of food related businesses through Island to ensure that all the food safety regulations and standards are being met. As we move ahead into the company information, we will see what other role does the industry regulatory body play. And uh, there will be other challenges also. We'll see what those other challenges are. But before we do that, uh, let's do a thorough Porter's five forces analysis for the meal kit industry. Now, you don't have to understand the company individually at the time of doing the five forces model analysis. Now, who can tell me what are the five important parts in the Porter's five forces model? Can you list those out for me? Anyone? Prerna? Yes, Komal?
This includes threats from new entrants in the market. Then we have threats from the substitute product, the bargaining power of consumer, the bargaining power of supplier, and of course the rivalry in the market. So these are the five forces behind Porter's model.
Okay, okay. So, basically, the Porter's five forces model is a competitive analysis model which helps you to understand how are the competitive dynamics in your specific industry. Okay, what are the competitive dynamics in your specific industry? So when we are evaluating the Porter's five, when you are evaluating your competitive positioning in the industry, the market overview is the first step. There are four major players who dominate with 89% of the market share. Again, I am not saying it. This is so there are four major market players which dominate 89% of the market share. As I told you, it's not a figment of my imagination. If you observe this, other players are 11. So the four major players, they take up 89% of the market. Global industry is projected to triple in size over the next decade. That means there is a possibility that more and more players will enter this market. There is a high churn rate. Less than 75% of the subscriptions last more than 6 months. This is a common recurring feature in the industry. And growing competition from supermarkets and the heat and eat deliveries. You should also know the key market players around you. Freshie is 35%. We are Menucraft, we are 24%. Food Dropper is 17 and iMeals is 13. Okay. Now with this, the five governing items or the five governing aspects in Porter's five forces framework: rivalry amongst existing competitors, threat of new entrants, bargaining power of suppliers, bargaining power of buyers, and threat of substitutes. Rivalry amongst existing competitors, let's evaluate that. See, there are four major players in the market, and we saw that they are often engaged in promotional and price wars with each other, right? So the rivalry amongst existing competitors is very high. Four major players control 89% of the market. Plus, there are supermarkets who are trying to enter with their own brand meal kits. Then see, meal kits are meal kits. Okay, beyond a point, you cannot have too much differentiation within that. So the only factor which in a way drives people from one supplier to another is the price. And product differentiation is not such a high feature there. So that could be one reason why there is high rivalry amongst existing competitors. There is a very high churn rate, less than 25% of subscriptions last greater than 6 months. Now, the questions may test you for product differentiation. They might ask you customer retention strategies or response tactics to supermarket competition. This is a possible exam question that can stem from Porter's five forces model. You know that one of your emerging competitors, not the biggest competitor, one of your emerging competitors is the supermarket. If supermarket is an emerging competitor, how do you respond to this tactic from the supermarket where they are selling the meal kits in the store and they are making their own meal kits and sending it to the customers? So that might be a question. Some data might be given to you in the exhibit, and you will have to think on those lines. And there are certain differentiation strategies that might help: local sourcing and sustainability credentials. In today's day and age, with so many people turning vegan, with so many people turning environmentally conscious, I think what you would have to focus on is proving that you are a business which works towards environmental sustainability, building a sustainability credential, scoring high on the ESG front might help you develop a better image in front of the customers. Okay. Then local sourcing, like some of them are doing from local farmers, that could help to reduce cost, and establishing good relationships with the suppliers, robust relationship with the suppliers will ensure timely delivery. Then recipe variety and culinary innovation. Recipe variety is, see, right now there are some fixed number of recipes and customers might get bored of them. So maybe having a rotating
Correct.
schedule every month, right? Having a rotating schedule every month could also help. Like one of the tiffin services that I had, they had like a menu for a month, and after every month they would change their menu. So that would also, keep the fun element active. Then ESG commitments and brand positioning. Uh, Today, environmental, social, and governance aspects really play a very critical role in, developing respect for you amongst the customers. So if you are a sustainable supplier, if you are uh, acting in an environmentally conscious manner, if you are ensuring that the commitment towards suppliers is met, you are probably giving equal opportunities to people from different parts of the world, all of these things basically, that helps you score well on the ESG parameter, and that could invite more and more customers to be associated with you. How you position your brand in today's day and age, brand positioning is everything. One wrong advertisement, one wrong message in the world, and your entire business can get wiped out. So that of course plays an important role. Then customer experience and subscription flexibility. So right now, it is one per week, one per fortnight, or one per month kind of deliveries. So if you give them a flexibility, if they are allowed to place an order per meal and not go for the subscription model, then that feeling of lost value might go away. So what happens in a subscription model? That you pay $100 and you can order 10 meals, up to 10 meals, not more. So I end up actually ordering four meals, and this $100 subscription was for a month. So I order four meals. I had that meal pass to order 10 meals using the $100. I ordered only four, and now the remaining $60 cannot be rolled over into the next month. That will remain with me. The remaining $60 cannot be rolled over for six meals. That means that money gets wasted. So customers might stop seeing value in the subscription model. So you might have to change how you bill the customers. That might attract more customers to you. Then, like someone like a Netflix has a subscription model, right? With the 199 rupees that you pay, you can watch Netflix 24/7, 365 days in a year. But if you had a renting model, like some apps, some streaming apps have a renting model where if you want to watch a film, you pay 99 rupees and you pay for that film, and just that's all that you get. So that flexibility might bring in more revenue to the organization, and overall improving the customer experience, of course, goes without saying. So the first factor in Porter's five forces, very high rivalry amongst existing competitors. Then threat of new entrants. See, this is the global industry is expected to grow 3x from 25 billion to 75 billion in the next decade. That means bigger players would want to enter, smaller players would want to enter. This sector will attract more and more investment. There is growth opportunity. But there are certain barriers to entry also which could prevent like every Tom, Dick, and Harry from entering the market. What are those barriers to entry? The first one is that there is cold chain logistics requirement, because you are transferring or you are transporting extremely perishable items like meat and fish and milk and all of this. So somebody who cannot afford a cold chain logistics requirement might not be able to become a part of the industry in any way. Then AFSA regulatory licensing. AFSA is the regulatory body in the country. We saw some time ago. AFSA, Island Food Safety Authority, they will have certain rules and regulations and basic requirements to be fulfilled before anyone enters the market. There could be an inspection. Then supplier relationship development and substantial marketing expenditure needed. We saw that in the pre-scene material that companies have to often spend on marketing and promotion. And digital disruption, e-commerce platforms lower entry barriers for niche players targeting specific segments like vegan, gluten-free, bespoke culinary experiences. Like very recently, I saw this one app. It was by the name My Chef. Now, they have offering in Delhi NCR and Mumbai and all of these places where if you have a party, you have to book that particular, you have to tell them the details of how many people, what menu you want. They get all the ingredients, they cook in your house, they make it, they put it, they serve it and everything, and then they leave. And of course, you pay them for that one special order that you have placed. It's not a subscription model, but earlier, if I had to find a cook or a chef for catering for a party at my house, I would have to reach out to so many people and still not get an answer. Here, I have comparative analysis available, which, because of internet and e-commerce platforms bridging this gap, the barriers to entry have been lowered to a greater extent. And in this part, the exam question might ask you to assess menu craft's strategy for facing new niche entrants or whether to build stronger brand or IP barriers. Basically, is it possible for you? How do you tackle the threat of new entrants? Do you up your game by building your brand even better? Do you invest more in digital platforms? Do you spend more on marketing? Do you work more on quality? Okay, now let's talk about the bargaining power of suppliers. There is supplier fragmentation. How do I know that? After going through other details in the pre-scene material, you do come across the fact that there are 600 different suppliers all over the country. In the operations part, they have written, see, there are suppliers are basically far away, or there are multiple suppliers. And if there are multiple suppliers possible, then we'll have to evaluate the bargaining power of suppliers. 600 plus local suppliers reduces individual bargaining power. Single packaging supplier 20 km from factory creates high concentration risk, and regulatory constraints. Perishable suppliers must be AFSA accredited, reducing switching flexibility. So for this, when we look at company information, we'll understand more about uh, the bargaining power of suppliers. Bargaining power of customers also, we'll understand when we look at the individual company information. So let's take a moment. We have analyzed two parts of the Porter's five forces model. Let's suspend this analysis for a minute. Let's go back to the pre-seen information. Let's analyze that further and then we can come to this particular topic again. Okay. Now, let's we are yet to analyze these key performance indicators. Ideally, what we should be doing is we should look at the key performance indicators in this sector and then we should compare it with the specific company that we are analyzing. Okay, so we'll have to spend time doing that. Excuse me. Let's look at Menucraft. Menucraft is a meal kit business founded 15 years ago in the capital city of the country of Ireland by two experienced local chefs. They had seen the success of the meal kit business model in other countries and were confident that with their local knowledge of Ireland's food industry and importantly, the high quality local produce of Ireland, they could offer something different. MC has established its strategic position as a high quality meal kit business, differentiating itself by focusing on island based recipes which use wherever possible locally sourced ingredients. So that has become your differentiating factor. What has become your differentiating factor? Instead of looking at international cuisines, you are primarily focusing on your local cuisines. Okay. When you are focusing on local cuisines, you know that most of the ingredients will be available to you in the country itself. So you don't have to spend so much on, uh, basically importing the material from an external supplier. And again, you are promoting the local culture that might come as a brownie point in your favor. That you are trying to preserve the cultural implications for your specific country. MC employs talented and highly qualified chefs to design its recipes using seasonally available ingredients wherever possible. Each week, MC offers its customers up to 30 recipes to choose from based on carefully analyzed data relating to ingredient availability and customer menu preferences. I think when we were looking at the first part of the information, some of you mentioned that, online order placement can help you to collect the customer data. Okay, if it is helping you to collect the customer data, then you have customer buying pattern and customer preferences available with you that can help you to curate the menu in a more systematic manner. And right now it is offering around 30 recipes to the customers. In the first 2 years, MC offered only a limited range of recipes to customers within Ireland's capital city. MC grew steadily over the next 5 years, largely funded by Ireland venture capitalists. As the popularity of the meal kits has taken off globally in the last decade, MC has also experienced a significant growth in customer numbers in Ireland, driven by a growing urban population and increased usage of internet technology to attract and communicate with a wide range of customers. MC has one of the highest customer retention rates in the industry. Okay. What is this analysis? They are talking about uh, year on year breakdown of different customer categories. Okay. On one hand, you have single people, you have couples, and you have families. Now, if you observe, the proportion of single people is declining, the proportion of families is relatively stable. Sorry, the proportion of families is increasing, the proportion of uh, couples, on the other hand, that has remained stable. So, this could give you some sort of an indication as to uh, what kind of customers does the organization have. And look at this Menucraft active customer numbers. You started, this is for the company itself. Okay. You started off with a modest number here, and by 2024 you have reached around 5 lakhs, and this 5 lakh happens to be a large number, so the company has seen massive growth. Okay, now let's understand the customer specific information, as in what exactly does the Menucraft customer base suggest you. Now, first of all, you will have to understand demographic wise. Okay. And the data reveals that there have been significant shifts in the customer composition. If you observe singles, it has gone down from 60% to roughly 50% right now. Over a span of 5 years, if you compare this with the data, this has gone down from 60 to 50. Okay. Then couples, slight growth, but more or less steady. Moderate stability, but there is value convenience. And families. Families seems like the fastest growing segment. If you observe 15, 17, 23, 24, and 27. So over a span of 4 to 5 years, this has grown by 12%. This has dropped by 10%, and this has remained more or less stable. Okay. My God, my system is, I don't want this to hang here in the middle. Huh? Okay. I was worried. So families is the fastest growing segment. There is potential for greater loyalty. The singles are single customers living, basically bachelors like me or others, who are staying by themselves. They are the largest segment, but the proportion has declined significantly. From 60, you came down to 50. Families have shown a remarkable growth. If you observe, families went from 15 to 27, which is like an almost 2x growth. The diversification improves our resilience as families typically demonstrate lower churn rates when the service homes embedded in their household routines. Now, when the service becomes embedded in their household routines, these shifts align with our rising average order value and customer and orders per customer metric, as families typically order more portions per recipe and more recipes per week. Now, this could be an important insight. What See, if there is a single individual living, he will order only one portion at a time. I will not order four portions of biryani. I will order only one portion because it's one person. Otherwise all of that will get wasted. But if it is a family, husband, wife, and two kids, you are basically ordering four portions. So here the average order value would be more in case of families, whereas in case of singles, the market is dropping. So the 10% drop in signals might get more than adequately compensated with the increase in the number of families ordering the meals. And if you observe, one of the key performance indicators is average order value, total revenue divided by total number of orders in a given period. If a family of four places an order, then in one delivery, you are supplying four boxes or into four meals. Now think about it. You have to go from location A to location B. This is your location where your shop is located or your warehouse is located. This is where the customer is. Now, when you travel this much distance, you are spending $10 on one delivery and you are serving one single customer who has ordered one portion. So your delivery cost per unit delivered is more. But if you are supplying to a family of four, husband, wife, and two kids, in that case, again, you are traveling from this location to this location. The delivery cost is $10 that you are incurring, but you are serving four portions. So cost per portion delivered is likely to go down. So this analysis will help you to understand that the changing customer base is not necessarily a bad sign for the company, right? And one risk that I can observe here, or other two risks that I can observe. MC employs talented and highly qualified chefs. What if these chefs were to exit? See, the success of a business depends upon these key market players, these key market indicators. But think about it. See, if the chef is not working, then the taste will not be replicated, and customers buy from you for the taste or for the packaging and how it is, what the flavor is. Now if the chefs leave, then it will have a major problem on business continuity also. So somewhere that will become an important factor for you to analyze. Now look at this data again. Look at the customer growth. Okay, there was a significant jump in the numbers year on year. And now the customers are, after a point, the numbers are becoming stable, or the numbers are expected to become stable. So when we look at other key performance indicators here, basically which are given at the end in terms of revenue and all, we'll analyze that point once again. Here, what you have is you have menu craft active customer numbers every year. We'll have to correlate this with other pieces of information. When we do risk analysis, we'll dive deeper into the risk faced by these qualified chefs who might end up leaving the company, and you will end up losing out on customers because they are not getting the same taste. So we will dive into that point later when we do a deep dive into risk. Now, MC was listed 3 years ago on the Island Stock Exchange. Its two original founders still hold key positions on the board. One is the chief executive and one is the chief commercial and marketing officer, and each holds 10% of MC's shares. The remaining 80% of the shares are owned by a wide variety of customers. Now, what exactly are we trying to analyze here? Please pay attention. Can you find, or is it possible for you, look at the data at the top. Take a look at this paragraph. There are, so earlier it was a family driven business, and now of course it is a listed company. The two original founders still hold key positions on the board. Okay. One of them is the CEO, which is like inarguably one of the most important positions. And you also have one of them who is the chief commercial and marketing officer. What does this tell you? That the original founders still occupy important roles. Avinash, Komal, anyone?
I think the two executive officers, they still have enough influence as they hold 10% of the MC share, and 80% is divided among wide range. So they would still have their own old culture prevailing in the organization.
Yes, and also they occupy two very important positions, right? One of them is the CEO, one of the co-founders, and the other co-founder is the Chief Commercial and Marketing Officer. So the reins of the company are effectively in their hands, and they might still be pursuing a founder-driven culture. Okay, a founder-driven culture often creates a distance between the ideas that are coming from the younger generation of employees. They might find it difficult to approach the co-founders. There could be a lesser scope for participative decision making, so that issue is there. That issue can be a major one. Look at the board structure here. They frequently in your SBL exam, you often have questions on the board structure, huh? So look at the board right now. Who all are there on the board? There are there is the non-executive chairperson. There is the chief executive officer, who is one of the founders. There is senior independent non-executive director. There is non-executive director 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is senior independent non-executive director. So five non-executive directors, one chief executive officer, and then the CFO, the chief finance officer, the chief operating officer, COO, chief commercial and marketing officer, and chief people officer, like the people and culture HR head. These four people, these CXOs report to the CEO, Chief CFO, COO, Chief Marketing Officer, and CPO. These four people, they directly report to the Chief Executive Officer. Okay, so what kind of a board would you call this? Is it a unitary board or is it a two-tier board? See, a
It's
Unit.
two-tier board
really
has a, yeah, go ahead.
Sir, this is a unitary board because executive and non-executive director are sitting together and will take a unified decision because there is no management and supervisory board separately.
See, they haven't specified that, but Is there an implied point here that, see, these are the functional heads, okay, and their work is being supervised by them? Have they mentioned it anywhere so far? I don't see anything so far. Maybe later on they have spoken about it. And there are three committees: Audit and Risk Committee. We saw in yesterday's session that Audit and Risk Committee can be separate, but if not, the Risk Committee can be a part of the Audit Committee. Then you have the Nominations Committee and you have the Remuneration Committee. Can you tell me what is the job of the Audit and Risk Committee? Or for what is the function? What do they do? We discussed
So
yesterday. Yeah, go ahead.
uh, for audit and risk committee, it is mainly considered of entities. Audit, basically, they look after internal controls as well as financial reporting stuff and dealing with external and internal auditors. And risk committee would be involved in risk management strategies and maybe mitigation of strategies,
So
mitigation of risk.
ideally, the two should be separate, but even if they are combined, see, audit committee basically acts as, sometimes it acts as a link between the management and the auditors. It is the responsibility of the audit committee to suggest appropriate financial reporting policies to the founders or to the senior management, or it is the responsibility of the audit committee to ensure independence of the external auditor. Tomorrow, if a new auditor is going to be appointed, then they might make recommendations for appointment of the auditor. So all of these are responsibilities of the audit committee: ensuring effective internal controls, ensuring existence and operating effectiveness of internal controls. All of these are jobs of the audit committee. Okay, and risk committee has a far wider role. What does the risk committee do? Risk committee will first of all identify the risk, then they will assess the risk. How deep is the impact? What all items are impacted because of the functioning of the risk committee? So they will have to spend time in understanding that, if it is, are there any reputational risks that we are facing? Are there any litigation risks that we are facing? Are there any physical safety risks that the organization has? Do you have issues in terms of, say, something like cyber security? So they will first of all identify what risks are there. Then they will assess the risk. What do I mean by assess the risk? They will try to understand how deeply does the risk impact each and every area, plus what is the financial implication of the risk. Say for example, there is a fire that breaks out in the premises, then a part of the warehouse will get burnt down, and what is the damage that you will suffer in monetary terms. That is, of course, what we understand by risk assess risk assessment and impact of the risk. Then the risk committee will also have to decide who is responsible for which area. Whose responsibility is it to ensure that the risks are mitigated, and what are the different risk management strategies? So they will have to take care of all of these things. Then when it comes to the remuneration committee, who can tell me what are the roles and responsibilities of the remuneration committee? Khushi?
Deciding the package of executive directors.
Okay. Basically deciding the remuneration package of the executive directors, also helping in designing an effective remuneration policy. So an effective remuneration policy will have a cash component. It will also have, performance related pay. It should also focus
Care
on
of the
value creation, like employee stock options and all of that. So all of those points will be there. Then what else? What else is their job? See, this is what ki these are the ideal functions, okay? We'll have to understand, in case of menu craft, what additional role could they play, or how would they try to be more effective, specifically with reference to this company. Then you also have information about the nomination committee. We'll go into that in a minute. But what is the job of the nomination committee, Riddesh? Can you tell us? Riddesh? Anyone else? I can see something in the chat box. Deciding bonus schemes is in the remuneration committee. If I'm talking about the
Nomination of the directors, appointment, reappointment, as well as maintaining the diversity of the board and
correct.
uh, to maintain the balance of the board between the non-executive and executive directors. All these are the topics.
Okay. Basically, deciding the board composition, who all will get nominated to be elected as the director. Okay. So that would be their responsibility. Then they would see a board. We have seen in the past that it is advisable if the board has a diverse mix of participants, right? So it will be the job of the nomination committee that, when they are nominating different people to the board, they should specifically ensure that they are bringing in diversity, they are bringing in different skill sets also. Okay, they are also bringing in different skill sets to the table. Then the nominations committee should also be responsible for succession planning. So that will also be one of their core responsibilities, right? And then arrange induction training of newly appointed directors. Fair enough. So appointment, reappointment, removal of executive directors. Okay. So basically board composition and succession planning. So that will rather be the most critical aspect of the job of the remuneration committee. Okay. Now let's look at the ingredient suppliers. Let's look at the operations first so that we can see if there are special tasks that each of these three committees would have to take up after looking at the operations of the entity. And of course, all of that is already there in the slide, so you don't have to worry. MC uses over 600 suppliers, most of which are located in island. A significant majority of MC's customers select traditional island-based recipes regularly. As a nation, islands people are proud of its local traditions and traditional recipes, and the population is loyal and supportive of local producers. See, they are playing on the same emotional sentiment. Quality and sustainability are important criteria for MC when selecting suppliers. And each supplier undergoes a detailed assessment before their ingredients are used in MC's meal kit recipe. MC's preference is to work with best in class suppliers who hold certifications for safety and quality. MC also encourages and supports its suppliers in biodiversity and sustainability activities. Many of the farmers who supply to MC also use organic farming methods whereby they do not use any synthetic pesticides or fertilizers to produce. To help maximize efficiency and minimize waste, MC uses algorithms which predict recipes ordered by customers, and therefore MC's demand for each week, meaning it can order the right amount of ingredients from the suppliers to reduce the waste. Less than 1% in terms of weight of all purchased ingredients do not make it to the customers in the meal kit production. The majority of edible unused ingredients are donated to local charitable organizations. Unused ingredients not fit for human consumption is used for animal feed. Only inedible waste is sent to landfill or is incinerated. Incinerated means it is burnt. Some ingredients such as dried herbs and spices, rice, pasta and tinned ingredients can be stored for longer periods, and therefore they are often purchased in bulk and stored in a warehouse located next to MC's production factory. Fresh ingredients such as fruits and vegetables and ingredients which must be chilled such as meat and dairy products are delivered within 24 to 48 hours of when needed, determined by orders placed by customers. These items are delivered directly to the fresh food storage area of MC's production factory, where they are stored until they are used in the meal kit orders. This area is temperature controlled and is where fresh and chilled products are delivered and stored for a short space of time before moving to the production line. The suppliers deliver all the chilled and fresh food products pre-portioned, that is either one, two, or four meal portions. MC works closely with most of its suppliers to minimize any packaging used and insists that whenever possible, suppliers use recyclable or biodegradable packaging when they deliver to MC. Now, if you look at this data, what is it that strikes you as the most relevant? Look at this part. What can you, Acha, when you are looking at this part now, I also want you to look at the key performance indicators once. Just have a look at the key performance indicators because we'll have to link whether the organization is able to go and achieve the industry level key performance indicators. So just have a look once. Look at these items. Say, for example, look at food waste. Food waste produced in tons. Food waste in tons produced by the meal kit business own production facility, which is disposed in landfill or incinerated. This measure does not include any unused surplus food which has been donated to food charities or used in the animal feed. Have they given you any numbers here? Ki this much should be the amount. Excuse me. Have they given you any numbers which tell you, ki, okay, this much amount maximum should be incinerated or this much amount should be donated to food charity? No. Have a look at this part. I don't see that they have given you any targets on that front. Can you? But one of the key performance indicators was that you either put it in a landfill or you incinerate. Is the organization doing anything apart from what was given there for disposal? Do you see any challenge on that front? I think somehow that part seems to be pretty much okay for me. That performance indicator, they seem to have not violated. Anything else about CO2 emissions on the ESG front? Have a look at this one. See what is there any CO2 emissions that they are talking about? Yashika? CO2 emissions are what? CO2 emissions are basically carbon dioxide emissions. When will you have these CO2 emissions? You will have these when you burn something, right? Only then carbon dioxide is produced. Now, with that in mind, see the entity is incinerating. Incinerating means the entity is burning the product, the waste product, by the way. When it is burning that waste, what does it primarily tell you? That, of course, carbon dioxide will be produced in that process. Now, how much of the total waste are they burning? Have they mentioned that anywhere? Less than 1% of all the purchased ingredients do not make it to customers in the meal kit production process. The edible unused items are donated and only inedible waste is sent to landfill or incinerated. So the proportion of the CO2 emission seems to be controlled so far, whatever we have seen. Then look at this part, okay? Some ingredients such as dried herbs and spices, rice, pasta, and tinned ingredients can be stored for longer periods and therefore they are purchased in bulk. Can you tell me one advantage of bulk ordering?
Reducing the ordering cost
Less
or
cost.
Reducing the ordering
get
cost,
getting the discount from the supplier.
getting better discounts from the supplier, fair enough. So the organization is aware of the fact and they are trying to achieve cost saving for those items, which are not perishable. Okay. So some ingredients such as dried herbs and spices, rice, pasta, they are ordering that in bulk and they are storing it in a warehouse located next to MC's production factory. See, because they have stored it next to the factory, the supply time will not be too much. So that time will also be saved, right? And you will not have to depend on an external supplier. If you keep on placing orders every now and then you don't have a lot of this item stored in your warehouse, what will happen is you will have to depend on the supplier and you might end up losing out on a customer order. So that it helps to avoid. For fresh and chilled products, what is the entity doing? Either let's see, fresh ingredients such as fruits, vegetables, and ingredients which must be chilled, such as meat and dairy, are delivered within 24 to 48 hours of when needed, determined by orders placed by customers. These items are delivered directly to the fresh food storage area of MC's production factory, where they are stored until they are used in the meal kit orders. They remain there for a short duration and then they go into the production. But you have a dedicated temperature control cold storage area, which I think is a point in your favor. It ensures food safety, it will meet the regulatory requirements also, and spoilage will be reduced. Also, observe one thing which is critical here. This area is temperature controlled and is where fresh and tinned products are delivered and stored for a short space of time before moving to the production line. See, these orders are the orders for these ingredients are placed with the supplier when you get orders from the customer. So in a way, the organization is going in for something like a just-in-time manufacturing system, possibly, or lean manufacturing systems. In just-in-time inventory, you don't stock a lot of inventory because you consider that as a value-adding activity. You place an order when you place an order with your supplier when your customer places an order, or if you have a predictive analysis algorithm, it might tell you that in these specific times of the year more orders will be placed, or when you have looked at the ordering pattern of customers through the data that you have gathered, you will have more information on that, so the wastage or the spoilage can be reduced to a great extent. Now talk about the relationship here in terms of packaging and sustainability. We'll get to that in a minute. But you see here, supplier delivers all chilled and fresh food products pre-proportioned. What does that mean? Pre-proportioned. So he doesn't deliver bulk quantities loosely. When he delivers the material to you, they are already broken down into smaller bags or smaller boxes so that they can directly enter the production process. That way you don't have to spend time in calculating the weight and doing all of these activities. So again, that is efficient use of your time. Fair. Now have a look at this part. To help maximize efficiency and minimize waste, MC uses algorithm which predicts recipes ordered by customers. So there is right usage of technology happening, right usage of data analytics also happening. Then in this part, if you observe, quality and sustainability are important criteria for MC when selecting suppliers. And each supplier undergoes a detailed assessment before their ingredients are, added. And they want to work with best in the class suppliers. All of this will ensure many things. See, you are not depending on one supplier. You have 600 plus suppliers. All of them are, or most of them are island based. So strong local sourcing. You are supporting the country. You are going in for the local traditional recipes. You don't select suppliers randomly. There is an assessment that happens before the suppliers are onboarded that will ensure food safety and brand reputation. You go for best in class suppliers. There is compliance risk is reduced. There is encouragement of biodiversity and sustainability. Why? Because through ESG goals, you are trying to reduce the wastage, you are not harming the environment as much. And is there any mention of, yes, organic farming methods whereby they do not use synthetic pesticides? And in today's day and age, everyone wants or people prefer organic products. And when you say that the product is organic, you will often find more customers opting for your commodity because suddenly there is a lot of awareness about these things. So what again I have done is I have summarized all of that in the pre-scene summary. Okay, just have a look at this. I'll be back in a moment. I request you to go through this summary of the operations. I'll just give it the right heading. Analysis of operations. This is an in-depth analysis of different areas which we have discussed verbally right now. I just want you to go through this. I need to fetch my water bottle. Please read. The question prediction we'll do soon, but have a look at this data first. Now, with a question like this given to you, there is a possibility that competitive advantage uh, and risks and all of these topics, they could be tested in the paper. So we could have questions on, potential competitive advantages. Say, for example, a question might ask you, evaluate how this particular sourcing strategy gives MC a competitive advantage. You might be asked to talk about the concentration risk here. What is the concentration risk? That most of your suppliers are in island. If most of your suppliers are in island, then what if there is a local crisis in that country? Okay. If there is a local crisis in terms of delivery, then you might face some backlash there. You might not have the right ingredients to make your meal boxes, and that could be a reason for a lot of challenges for the entity. Okay. You could also be asked to assess the risk of supplier concentration in island. Why are we focusing on that? Let me take you to one part of the pre-scene which you should have identified. MC uses over 600 suppliers, most of which are located in Ireland. Okay, it's great that you are supporting local businesses, but as they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is precisely what you have done. So, a question might test you in terms of what risk is possible because of supplier concentration in Ireland. Now, over reliance on one region, then that could create a challenge for you. Now, if you observe, they have mentioned something about an algorithm, right? To help maximize efficiency and minimize waste, MC uses algorithm which predict recipes ordered by customers and therefore MC's demand for each week. So they have a picture of what kind of orders will be placed, and they plan the purchase of raw material ingredients accordingly. There is a possibility that you rely too much on algorithmic predictions. There are system errors, and these system errors could cause shortage or wastage later. Okay. And you should be careful that when you rely on the systems, you should not possibly give up that human intelligence element. You should not rely solely on artificial intelligence to predict the demand. So that challenge could be there. Uh, See, in this part, whenever you talk about risk, think about what can go wrong, what kind of a challenge can occur. See, here they have mentioned that the fresh fruits and vegetables and meat and all of these are delivered within 24 to 48 hours of when needed. Now, if that is the case, that the time frame is given to you, but what if there is a transport related crisis and the delivery gets delayed and these are perishable items, the items will get spoiled and that could add to another logistics related risk. And food safety risk is always there. Now you will have to understand what are the question might ask you, assess operational risks in MC's supply chain. Maybe there is an exhibit that they give you in the paper which contains more information about supply chain, delivery times, delays, supplier behavior, say for example system downtime or algorithm not working properly. The concept of gigo, right? Garbage in, garbage out. If you feed garbage information to the software, it will analyze only pointless information, so you will have to be careful about that. Then from a corporate governance standpoint, from an ESG standpoint, if you see, um, there is a supplier assessment that you are doing uh, before using their ingredients in your process. You are also saying that MC's preference is to work with suppliers who hold certifications for safety and quality. What if their safety and quality certifications expire? On one hand, you are also talking about organic. What if the product which is labeled as organic is not organic, and that news spreads out and you suffer reputational damage? Now, in this case, see, you are also trying to be more responsive from an environmental standpoint. You are donating surplus food, and of course, you should publicize that. You are trying to minimize the waste by, feeding it to animals or donating, or if it is spoiled, then you are filling it in a landfill. You are not just throwing it anywhere. So that shows a good corporate social responsibility on the company's part. And you are basically acting in a responsible manner. So that point is there. This question might ask you, or you might get an exhibit, okay? Basis this information, you might get an exhibit which talks about ESG or which talks about sustainability expectations. And then you will have to analyze what, based on that exhibit, linking it to this specific part of the pre-scene, then you will have to analyze that further and frame your answer. Now, if you observe, uh, that algorithm, what they are saying is there is less than 1% chance that something does not go into the production process. It shows high operational efficiency. Okay. Now, in one part, they have mentioned, they had written it here. Temperature controlled. Where did they write about? Ye dekho. The suppliers deliver all the chilled and fresh food products pre-portioned. That means they are only dividing it into smaller components. You don't have to cut the meat or you don't have to place it in different boxes. They are only putting it in separate boxes of standard sizes and giving it to you. So that gives you operational efficiency. Then it is working with suppliers to minimize any packaging used and insist that wherever possible, suppliers use recyclable or biodegradable packaging, right? So biodegradable packaging is again corporate social responsibility, ESG initiatives. Something on this might be asked in one of the exhibits, right? So, and of course, the animal feeding and biodegradable packaging and encouragement of supplier sustainability, different questions can be framed on this part. And what I have done is I have summarized possible question themes for you. Okay. So this is what I have done. From operations, what all we have discussed these points, just what all questions are possible. So just have a look at these ones, and don't worry, all of this will be shared with you. Tell me when you want me to scroll, I'll scroll immediately. Tell me when you want me to scroll, huh? I will scroll. From a risk management perspective, supplier risk, operational risk, logistics risk, food safety risk, all of that. Governance and stakeholder expectations. Again, from an ESG perspective, all of these could count as strengths for the organization. And they might ask you, how well are you able to meet the sustainability expectations? That could be one form of the question. So we are predicting question angles. We can't predict an actual question. We are identifying syllabus areas, but that's pretty much all we can do. We cannot basically go and predict ki exactly this question will be tested. That is not possible. Okay, I'll scroll further. Yes, Dhruv, tell me.
Sir, I have a question that in board structure that tell us that CCO and Chief Marketing Officer they both role done by the one person. तो क्या वो लिमिट नहीं कर सके कि चीज दो
We can, we
दो
can,
चीज एक ही बंदा कर रहा है.
we can have a split of responsibility. We'll do that. Don't worry. Board structure we will analyze. But I thought before analyzing board structure, we should understand the individual operations and function. Basically, go from the base and then build up the top because the board of directors is at the helm of the organization. So I thought let's sort the operational level things first and then move up, which is why I dropped that discussion midway and came to this. Okay. Strategy and advantage, risk, governance, performance and efficiency, and sustainability. These are some of the areas that, in my opinion, seem more likely in the paper. Okay. Up with this knowledge, let's again come back to the pre-C. What do you see here? The next part is packaging. Packaging is an important element of a meal kit box. MC purchases all its meal kit box packaging components from one supplier based in Ireland, which is located 20 kilometers from MC's meal kit production factory. What is the first red flag that you see here? Tell me.
Only one
Just
supplier.
one supplier.
Single supplier.
One supplier. Single vendor dependence is always a problem, right? So one supplier is a challenge. And that supplier is located 20 kilometers away from MC's meal kit production factory. Any challenge here? यहाँ पे कुछ गड़बड़ है. The fact that this person is located 20 kilometers away. Not so far though, I haven't really felt like something is problematic. Okay. Now look at the next part of the quest of the para. The supplier provides two key packaging components which make up a meal kit box. A chill box made of 100% recyclable cardboard designed to safely keep the chilled ingredients. The chill box contains an ice pack which is frozen and can be kept by the customer to be reused at home. Now, this seriously demonstrates some good value for customers, right? How does it demonstrate value for customers? A, see, most of us, if we buy, say, for example, if we go to Caventer's and if we buy a milkshake, okay, that milkshake comes in nice bottles and all of that. So we don't throw away the bottle, we bring it home and we use it at home for some other purpose. This ice pack that they are sending, that can be reused by the customer later also. So customer sees value for money coming to him, right? So that might feel like, you know, something which he would want to pay for. Okay, that is the first positive thing that I see here. Then an outer box, acha, the 100% recyclable cardboard, which means from an environmental sustainability angle, you are doing everything right. At the same time, from an ESG parameters perspective, this could help you score higher on the ESG front. So definitely something that the organization should take into serious consideration. This is working for them. Then an outer box which is made of strong, durable, and again 100% recyclable cardboard. These boxes come in a variety of sizes to accommodate the different portion sizes and number of recipes ordered by the customer. Boxes are supplied to MC flat packed in order to optimize storage space and are only formed onto a box shape when they are selected for use at the start of the meal kit production. So they send flattened cardboards and then you just have to fold the edges and then the box is ready. I'm sure you have done it at some point. MC works closely in partnership with its packaging supplier to design and develop the latest and most environmentally friendly packaging solutions. So I see a lot of concern about the environment and about being responsible on the sustainability front. That is something which could work very well for the organization. So apart from the single supplier dependency, I think everything else looks pretty much positive to me. Okay, I've again summarized all of these points in one place. A single packaging supplier, then the packing components part, the outer chill box. Okay, so the inner chill box and the outer box both are made from 100% recyclable cardboard, various sizes. The ice pack, which is reusable, supports the sustainability. Sustainability doesn't only mean planting trees. Sustainability also means uh, being not being wasteful, being frugal, and all of that. You can very clearly see that the company is making an effort to achieve. Okay, then on the sustainability front, again, we have 100% recyclable packaging, then partnering with suppliers on eco-friendly solutions. You have reduced plastic usage. It will enhance, the acceptability from customers. And then there are operational efficiencies. One operational efficiency, you have a flat cardboard. Okay, they don't make boxes. See, if they send big boxes, it will consume more of your storage space. They flatten it out into cardboards, and when you need it, you just have to fold the edges and the box is ready. So minimizes the storage inefficiencies. It will not break down. And supplier collaboration on design, it ensures that packaging is functional, cost efficient and brand consistent. All of these points will play a critical role. And see, you are collaborating for newer designs with the suppliers, so you know the pulse of the customers and you are trying to pass it on. See, if the box looks attractive, naturally more and more customers would want to buy that. And then, of course, there are questions on how packaging contributes to MC's brand image and competitive advantage. Um, Assess the risks to MC on of relying on one supplier. This could be a challenge. Or governance and supplier relationships. Discuss how MC's governance of suppliers ensures sustainability and stakeholder trust. They are working in close coordination with the suppliers. And Evaluate the effectiveness of MC's supplier collaboration strategy, where, see, the benefit of the supplier collaboration strategy is that you are working closely with them. You are also giving the design for boxes. That means the boxes that you make will be on the basis of your recommendations, your expectations. In that scenario, what will happen? The boxes will be attractive. You will be able to get more customers. Plus, you are constantly focusing on sustainability and you are developing eco-friendly boxes. So that could also go a long way in building your image. Then on operational efficiency, proximity of the supplier, not very far. The supplier is only 20 kilometers away, which is a point in your favor. The on-demand box formation at the production line, I think when we read the original paragraph, we kind of ignore it. कि यार इससे क्या होगा? But if you think about it, see, you don't have to build the box. You only have to fold the edges of the box and the box is ready. But it does not take up so much storage space. So the storage costs are lower. So some of these packaging benefits you might be asked to analyze, and then sustainability and CSR will definitely form a part of your final answer. So there are again multiple aspects from different syllabus areas that we could see. And see, what I told you, exact question will not be there in the exam. But this can give you an idea that which syllabus areas should you be finally looking at, which syllabus areas will consume the most of your time, and how can you focus on priority areas instead of looking at all of your full SBL syllabus. That's going to be like a time consuming activity. Okay. Now we are on page 10 right now. We have analyzed a good chunk of the data. We'll need another, I'll need time maximum till 3:30 to finish the analysis with you. It's 2 p.m. I'm sure all of you are hungry or you need a small break from the theory discussion. Let's again take a quick break, come back in 12 to 15 minutes and we'll continue. Okay? Same link.
हाँ जी। हाँ, 10 मिनट की क्लास तो बर्बाद की 20 मिनट की। खाना खाने बैठ गया था, क्लास तो उन्होंने 12 साढ़े 12 बजे दे दी। अभी अभी से ब्रेक किया। अभी अपना कब आधे घंटे का ब्रेक दिए। कर रहा हूँ साथ साथ, कोई नहीं, यूट्यूब पे मिल जाएगी और तो जल्दी जल्दी जो भी होगा। हम्म, वो तो क्या करे थे।
Chalo, come back. Let's continue our rightful crusade against this piece of information which is going to define our SBL paper. And where were we? I think we had spoken about packaging in detail. Now, let's look at the meal kit box production. Okay. MC operates from, have I started the recording? I don't want to. Okay. MC operates from one large production factory located in Central Island, where all meal kit production, box production takes place. At this facility, there are 4 separate production lines which operate 16 hours per day, 7 days a week. At the start of a production line, the production information system produces a label for each meal kit box, which contains a unique barcode. A robot reads this barcode and then selects the correct sized outer box and forms this into a box shape. A second robot then places an empty chill box into the outer box. This then moves through several stages of the production line where the different ingredients are added to the meal kit box. At each stage, the barcode is scanned by a human operative who selects the correct recipe items and places them in a meal kit box in the correct order. The final stage of production is a final quality check, also carried out by a human operative to ensure that all correct ingredients have been properly packed. The inner chill box lid is closed and the outer box is then sealed by a human operative. The time taken from the start of the meal kit production to dispatch to the customer is normally no longer than 3 hours. So now you have information about the meal kit production process. What strikes you the first thing here? So, like, what do you feel is what catches your attention first? Rachit? Khushi, what catches your attention? The robot. The fact that there are robots and then there is human involvement also. The moment you say see, the human involvement makes sure that, see, not everything is carried out by robots. You haven't left everything to technology. But at the same time, there is a focus on automation. And how much time does it take for the entire activity to take place? It takes what? It takes 3 hours for the entire activity to take place. Now, in many, many ways, I think this efficiency and this 3 hours thing is, I think, highly efficient. The organization could save a lot of precious time and it could make the item available to the customer when the customer requires. So there don't seem to be too many delays here. So can you think of some of the competitive advantages that you are getting because of this? Some competitive advantages that the business entity is getting here. Can you think of some? Khushi? Okay. Anyone else?
Operations, value chain.
Sir,
Acha.
I think they are using robots in the production process, so they are providing a bit of automation and efficiency in the process.
Fair enough. Now, can you say something about how many production lines are there, by the way?
4.
4 production lines. Now, what is a production line? A production line is, sequentially arranged a set of machines which make, like, from the inception till the end as it's like an entire, as like, think of a conveyor belt at an airport. Like, it keeps on rotating and the bags keep on getting disposed of. A production line is basically, there is this entire sequence of activities that have to happen. Machines are installed here and they will ensure that the production happens in the right way and a step by step process है. ठीक है, this appears like a step-by-step process. Now, which operates 16 hours per day, 7 days a week. Now, there are two issues that I can notice here. It's not just human fatigue that worries me. Even machines, will get, they will start heating up. Like, today's laptops are still far better. But, when in 2011, 2010, when I had started working back in the day, that those days now the laptops would heat up too much after a particular point in time if you keep on using them, and there was an inbuilt fan inside, which would cool the system and all of that. So even machines get tired. Okay, I'm not saying in the way humans get tired, but they need some time to uh, they need some time to reset. Guys, just one moment, huh? So the machines also get fatigued, and that could lead to some sort of a strain in the production process. What if the machine breaks down? That is a challenge. Machine breaks down. And if the machine breaks down, then everything else gets disrupted. So that problem could be there. Then human beings could also get fatigued in the process. Humans could also get tired. That could also be a reason for, the production process to break down. That is also quite possible. Then, see, robotics are used at the initial stage for box forming and for chill box insertion. And then there is a barcode system. Can you tell me how a barcode system works, or what is the use?
To scan the products.
Okay. And how okay, to scan the products. Fair enough. And what does that help you with? Like, you have scanned the product, or you have read the label. What do you do with it later?
That will update the system, the inventory,
Mm-hmm. What
and
else?
it will help in
It will help in what?
billing the customer.
Okay. In customer billing. Okay. Or don't you think with proper barcode scanning, you also have the advantage that you know which item has to be inserted where, right? Which item, like, if it's like an order which basically asks for ingredients 1, 2, 3, 4, and then order 2 expects ingredients 4, 5, 6, 7, for example, or something on those fronts, है ना?
Artificial intelligence.
हाँ हाँ,
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का कह सकते हैं इसके अंदर.
maybe to a certain extent. So whenever we are talking about barcodes, what barcodes do is, see, if you don't have a barcode, what will happen is you will have to physically read key what are the ingredients required for this particular activity. Then you will have to open the box of ingredients, put them in one by one, and all of that. But if you have a barcode, you don't have to specifically read anything. It reads the order, it tells you what all is required to be placed in the box, and that makes your entire process simpler. Right. So it ensures that there is tracing of materials that is happening, the errors are reduced, and you get quality assurance. See, here you have a proper mix of humans and automation. So it's a balanced approach. It will give you efficiency, plus it will give you quality control. And human involvement is there at all the stage. After the initial stage, you only have human involvement. The barcode is a machine, barcode reader is a machine. It reads the material. It tells you, once you read, it will appear on your screen. this is an order for pasta. You need 1, 2, 3, 4 ingredients. Now you pick the right ingredients and you put it in the box. Final quality check is also happening by a human. He is also checking the barcode. He's also telling you that, so that double check is happening. Okay. Then sealing is done manually. So this could become a bottleneck, if suddenly the demand goes up. The act of sealing, act of final quality check. See, a human being can only seal one box in say 2 minutes, and he can only do that much. He cannot do more. Now, suddenly, if there is a huge inflow of orders coming, then there is a possibility that this process will slow down, and that could create, issues on the efficiency front also. That could slow down the overall sale if suddenly demand spikes and you are taking a longer time to seal the product. Now, the dispatch function, by the way, production to dispatch activity is very quick, highly efficient hai. And this particular activity is again, what it is doing for the entity is it is reducing a lot of time. They have planned their operations in such a way that any time wastage also is minimized to a great extent. And see, the time saved can be used for process improvement. If not that, the time saved can be used for other orders also that you have to fulfill, right? So it is something which will greatly work in the favor of the organization because their time for production is minimal. 3 hours is technically nothing. So that is another advantage you could think of. Now, if you were to look at see, there is a risk of human error. Okay, we are not denying that. Whenever the humans are checking, you scan using a barcode and the list of ingredients appears on your screen. It says that you have to put 2 packets of oregano and 2 packets of chili flakes. But by mistake, you put all 4 packets of oregano because you are in a hurry. So that could also create problems for the entity. That human mistakes will happen, and operational strain, 16 hours of working means you are not well managed on that front. The machines will get tired, the humans will get tired. And the question, see, questions on competitive advantage are always asked in the paper. So I can't say which area of the pre-scene will that focus on, but it will definitely say, for example, this 3 hour dispatch. See, this is a differentiator. Maybe not a differentiator on the output level, but a differentiator on the input level. And this could be adding a lot to the overall uh, efficiency of the organization. Faster sales might be possible. So they might ask you how that contributes to competitive advantage. Or is it scalable for future growth? Organizations where they are now and where they intend to go in the future, is that possible? Then the single site dependency, the production is happening in one centralized location, by the way. है ना? Production is happening in one centralized location where all meal kit box production takes place. There are 4 separate production lines there. Now, it is in one location, it is not distributed. What if that location gets burnt down or it gets disrupted? And that single site dependency might create a problem. There is a risk of human error. So, risk management pe question aa sakta hai. You could have a question on uh, quality control coming here because humans are involved in the process. Then operational efficiency, how that is it possible to make the operations even more efficient? And a question could also be tested on involvement of humans versus involvement of machines. So human versus machine involvement ka jo comparison hai, that trade-off, even that can get tested. And of course, sustainability and CSR is a recurring theme in all the questions. Okay, so I'll take you to the uh, analysis that we have written down. I want you to read it one by one. Okay. I'll scroll for your reading. Tell me when you want me to scroll, huh? I'll scroll further. Look at the next. Look at the next one. We have discussed these points. On the operational efficiency front, sustainability and CSR, I think sustainability and CSR is a recurring theme, and it will be tested again and again. So it can be asked in any of these aspects, by the way. Okay, let's come to the pre-scene. The distribution. Delivery of the completed meal kit boxes to customers is carried out by a third-party logistics supplier, GoFlow, based in Ireland. GoFlow's vehicles are all equipped with the latest refrigeration technology. MC works in close partnership with GoFlow to ensure optimization of route planning to minimize CO2 emissions in the distribution process and to ensure deliveries are made on schedule to maximize the freshness of the meal kit content. What would you say about this? So in a way, it is aligned with the KPI, right? What was one of our KPIs? One of our KPIs, if you remember it right, was on ESG front and reducing the CO2 emissions, right? So I think we are able to achieve that in some way here. Now, from an organization perspective, I think we'll have to then do an alignment of individual KPI achievement along with the industry standards. I think that would be an important part of our analysis. And when we are looking at risk management, we are going to revisit all of these points in like one go. we'll be looking at value chain, we'll be looking at our exposure at different stages. So वो हम करेंगे. Okay. Now so far, is there anything that you want to ask? We are yet to do pestle vestal सब करना है. हाँ, अभी pestle analysis is not done. We'll have to do that. Let's go back. See, we had also dropped our Porter's five forces analysis midway. So let's go back to Porter's five forces. We had only discussed rivalry amongst competitors and we had discussed threat of new entrants. So we'll have to get back to that. We'll have to complete that discussion. But before we do that, let's see, after that, we only have website extracts, which is the last part. Have a look at the latest risk report. Competition. We operate in a highly competitive environment where customers have many choices of what, how, and where they eat. This includes direct competitors like Freshie, indirect competitors which include grocery stores, restaurants, and other food delivery businesses. So we are talking about, again, we are coming back to the point of competition. Then talking about legal and regulatory, our business of selling fresh food products online directly to customers means that we are subject to several laws and regulations in relation to compliance in hygiene, food safety, health and safety, and data protection. Meal kits have been linked to food poisoning and illnesses, and some have been subject to recalls in other parts of the world. We are subject to rigorous external checks by Ireland's Food Standard Agency every 6 months, and our license to operate depends on that certification. I think this is a huge business risk that which is also connected with compliance. If for some reason you are not able to meet the requirements of the AFSA, then you might end up losing your license. And if you lose your license, then everything comes to a grinding halt immediately. Then meal kits have been linked to food poisoning and illnesses in other parts of the world. Now, they have said subject to recalls in other parts of the world. What do you mean by recall? Recall means that I supply the material and then I get some information that some of these materials might be spoiled. So I issue an immediate notification to the world outside that, listen, there is some problem with the materials that we have sent. We are calling it back. So we'll call it back if they are on in the transit process, we'll have to call it back, or if they have reached customers, we'll have to get in touch with individual customers and pick up the material from them, because there it might contain some spoiled items or it might contain something poisonous which could have like far reaching impact on your overall reputation in the future. But this will also be linked with a high cost impact. Now you have to understand that the cost impact here will be very high. The amount that you have to spend in order to bring the material back through the roof. Then customer attraction and retention. Our growth relies on attracting new customers. The intensity of competition and the alternative food choices available to customers makes this an increasing challenge. Today, you are fine because there are so many food delivery apps, there are so many restaurants, and there is customers are literally spoiled for choice. So when they have alternative choices, then that becomes very difficult for customers to rely upon something, they will move from one supplier to another to another to another every day, and that will be guided by discounts, that will be guided by promotions, that will be guided by advertising. Very little to do with the core factors of food. And of course, quality will again become an important point. So keeping a customer will become difficult. Getting a customer is not difficult, keeping a customer is difficult. Now, customer retention is an industry-wide challenge, and you are not the only one who is facing it. And then data and information. We hold personal data about all our subscription customers and our suppliers. This data is vulnerable to security incidents and breaches, as the techniques used to obtain unauthorized access or sabotage systems change frequently, we may be unable to anticipate or prevent such attacks. See, whenever you are operating in the online mode, you will be aware of the fact that your data is literally exposed to the world. And here we are talking about critical data. What do I mean by that? Somebody's credit card details who has, purchased a subscription model. Those credit card details, if somebody hacks and, gets access to all of this critical information, think about the level or the extent of damage that can be caused. First of all, there will be a PR disaster. Okay. A PR disaster is something that you cannot tolerate in today's world. One negative post against you on social media and you are doomed. So naturally, organizations will have to work on that. Apart from that, if there are damages to customers and they file a compensation claim, then again the cash outflow will be through the roof. Okay, so you have to be critical of how you are deciding things here as well. Now, one point that, after reading all of this information, I think one technological advancement by itself deserves a separate discussion. Now, this is a competitive advantage for the entity. Because of robotics and automation, advanced packaging systems reduce labor cost by 30 to 40%. They will reduce waste also. They will bring in consistency. If you saw, there was this one point where the data that you have collected, only 1% of the item gets wasted, nothing else. So that means the data analytics that you have engineered, which helps you to predict the orders placed by the customers, I think that has worked greatly in your favor. And a question in the exam might ask you that, is it possible for the entity to scale this advantage in a certain way? In the sense, if you are doing predictive analysis for orders, can you do that same predictive analysis for other areas in the entity? So, how can you utilize the data analytics capabilities for other aspects of the business? That could be a question. Or you are in a way tying up with farmers, you are doing retail collaborations and all of that. How can you optimize that for the business? Plus the additional value that you are deriving because of using data analytics, because of using robotics and automation. So this could definitely be linked with the technology and data part of our syllabus, which is in syllabus area E. Data analytics ho gaya, big data ho gaya, then something like e-markets, e-businesses, all of that might get tested in the exam. So you have to be a little careful on that one. Now, while we had finished two aspects of Porter's five forces, again coming back to suppliers, the see, there is supplier fragmentation. There are many suppliers and less buyers. That means the bargaining power of suppliers could be lower. In case of packaging, we are dependent on a single supplier, which creates a high concentration risk, and that supplier would get he would have an upper hand in the negotiations and regulatory constraints that when you are onboarding certain suppliers who are giving you perishable products, there would be a lot of checking and verification and evaluation, which might itself take a lot of time, and switching from one supplier to another might become extremely time consuming. When it comes to buyers, the bargaining power of buyers is high. Why? Because for them, switching cost is low. Now, you don't have to pay an entry fee. All you have to do is you have to log on to the app, you have to register yourself and make payment. If you don't like this supplier, move on to the next one. For to keep the customers with you, you have to keep them entertained, you have to keep them happy at all times, and you have to keep on delivering value, which is why the value perception is super critical. Now, a question in the exam may focus on churn reduction strategies, pricing to value proposition, or customer experience enhancement. What they mean by this is there might be some additional data, or there will be some additional data given to you in the exhibits. And that information, along with what you have studied in the pre-seen material, it will help you to understand what is it that enhances or guides customer behavior. Just one moment, guys. So for customers, if you want to keep them happy, if you want to have a high customer retention, you will have to constantly keep on delivering a value. That value could be in the form of new recipe. That value could be in the form of, some added benefits, like, like a scratch card or a coupon or something like that. And you will have to make sure that you get see, this is a highly competitive market. So customer retention pay, there could be another question. And customer experience enhancement, again, You will not see, they will never ask you to quote data from memory ki array, think about some customer retention strategy. No, they will give you the data in the exhibit and you will have to focus on that. But my objective here is to tell you ki yes, a question can come from this part. Apart from that, the threat of substitutes, that is also very high, because you have the heat and eat meals from supermarkets. Then you have your traditional restaurants, you have food delivery apps. Like, in India, we have like pehle Uber Eats tha, now we have Swiggy, Zomato, all of that. And then the traditional grocery shopping, and substitutes might be more affordable for you in many cases. And which is why the heat and eat meals could be cheaper. If the heat and eat meals are cheaper, customers will stop coming to you. Na? Customers will only prefer because that's easier. That doesn't require so much effort from your end. And if it is cheaper, then you have completely lost the plot in that scenario, right? So the five aspects of Porter's five forces analysis basically, our endeavor is to understand which is the most critical one, what affects the business the most. And for that, I've made a small summary of how Porter's five forces can be analyzed. On one hand, rivalry amongst competitors very high, threat of substitutes very high, bargaining power of buyers high, threat of new entrants. See, this is not some formula in AFM where the question can't be, how did you get 95% or how did you get 50%? It's just an analysis to show that, okay, rivalry amongst existing competitors is the highest threat, followed by threat of substitutes, followed by the bargaining power of customers. Now, whenever you have any question in SBL, I think the pestle analysis plays a critical role. When I'm talking about pestle analysis, what I am trying to analyze is the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal factors. From a political or a legal standpoint, I might not necessarily have separate points, they can be quite overlapping. But food safety compliance, health and safety regulations, increasing scrutiny after incidents, all of these will definitely impact the speed of production, the speed with which I'm taking the product to the market. If the compliance requirements go up naturally, the cost of compliance will go up, the risk of compliance will go up, and the time that I take from the production stage to delivery, that might get increased if the compliance requirements are more. Thinking about it from an economic perspective, okay, most of your population is in urban centers, 75%. We had done that analysis. Now, because they are in urban centers, and this is already a highly, what should I say, this is a developed economy, so they have purchasing power in their pockets. So that could be a positive, that could be a green flag for you, that yes, the economic conditions are in my favor and I can leverage that for growth of my business. From a social perspective, see, the first thing that we discussed when we were doing meal kits was how convenient it is. Okay, meal kits are super convenient. Now, if the meal kits are super convenient, then all of these young professionals in different cities, they are going to go for it. The focus of the world is changing, and we know that people want vegan, people want all of that. So the health and wellness focus, the change in the mindset of the people around you also guides the kind of business that you will be able to develop. On the technological front, you are making use of robotics, you are using data and analytics, you are using advanced logistics software. There are positives to it, but the negatives are that if there is a system downtime, then a lot can go for a toss. Plus, the functionality, the success of that functionality depends upon the accuracy of data that is input into the system. If the data input into the system is not accurate, then everything else also goes down. Okay. Now, talking about the environmental challenges, there is carbon emissions reporting, there is waste management rules and regulations, and pressure to reduce packaging, which is why if you have observed throughout, they kept on focusing on recyclable packaging in all of these situations. Now, the technological innovation could help you in, so what kind of competitive advantage is technological innovation giving you? It is reducing the time of production, so the final product will reach the customer quicker. It can cut down on the time wastage and create operational efficiencies and competitive advantage. And thinking about these points, it can definitely help you to stay ahead of your competitors. You as an entity, you as an MC as an entity is specifically working on sustainability practices, then the boxes that they are using, they are recyclable. So all of these points, I think they will go a long way in bringing in that sustainability perspective, and then you will have to use your publicity and PR machinery to get people to know that this is the kind of work that you are putting out. Talking about regulatory compliance, see, in such a highly regulated environment, one small mistake could cost you a lot. There will be fines imposed by regulatory authorities. Plus, if the customer falls sick, God forbid, if the customer dies, then naturally there are lawsuits and all coming your way. Now, one critical aspect of any analysis in SBL is the Mendelow's stakeholder mapping. If you remember, we evaluate the stakeholders on the basis of the power they have and the level of interest they have in the organization. Power is the ability to influence decisions in the entity, and interest is how are you impacted financially because of whatever happens in the organization. From a If I were to do the Mendelow's stakeholder mapping, then on that front, I would look at the high par, high interest category, the high par, low interest category, the low par, high interest category, and the low par, low interest category. See, the low par, high interest category, people who do not have so much influence on the organization, your 600 plus suppliers, because there are so many of them, one single person cannot influence. So he has low par, but of course he has high interest because your financial activities or your progress is directly impacting him. The entities, so the employees working in the organization and the NGOs whose main focus is sustainability. These days, there will be some question or the other on environmental support groups. So for that, these people, they need to be kept informed, but you don't have to pay too much attention to them. The high power, low interest people, see, high power people are those who have the ability to influence, but they don't really care so much. Now, one of those is your this GoFlow. If you remember, when we were looking at the data, GoFlow was your logistics partner, right? And GoFlow's vehicles are basically taking your product. This is a third-party logistics supplier. Okay. And I'll take you to the pre-scene to reacquaint you with it. See, this person, he is your only supplier, by the way. And this is a third party logistics service provider. He has a high power over your operations because he knows that he is the only supplier, and if he doesn't work, then other activities will very easily go for a toss, which means that he has to be kept satisfied. Then there are people like AFSA, the regulatory authority, customers. There are so many of them. They have to be the star focus of your activities. The regulators, the customers, the investors, the who have invested in your company. So you have to keep them the happiest. They are high power, high interest people. Now, one thing that a company like MC should focus on doing is competitive positioning and customer retention. Basically, it should focus on sustainable differentiation strategy. See, you already have robotics as a differentiation strategy. You should focus on what additional implications or what additional things you can do to make it more to make it different as compared to other competitors. You should also work on customer retention. How do you keep them satisfied, right? And one of the biggest pluses that any entity can have is if your customers get addicted to you, if your customers are happy with your output, then they will keep on coming back to you. And after a point, they will not want to purchase products from anyone apart from you because now they are used to your product. So you will have to find out what works, what ticks, what doesn't work for the customer, and then you will have to work on the and then you will of course have to work towards that. Regulatory compliance is critical. There is no getting out of it. Supplier diversification is necessary because single supplier dependence can spell doom for the business. And of course, working on the sustainability aspects. But you are already leading on that front. So, Porter's five forces, Pestel strategic responses, and stakeholder management, three areas where questions can come, and we have discussed the three models in detail. Now, there are three other areas that I want to discuss with you. One is the balanced scorecard, one is the value chain analysis, and one is the Ansoff matrix. What is the balanced scorecard approach? Roshan, can you tell us? Who can tell me what is balanced scorecard? Okay, tell me one thing. Is balanced scorecard inward looking or outward looking? Who can tell me? Pratyusha, can you tell me? Is balanced scorecard inward looking or outward looking? See, Porter's five forces means you are looking at competitive forces outside the organization. But when I am doing a balanced scorecard is basically looking at certain perspectives from an external angle, certain perspectives from an internal angle. Like internal processes is from an internal angle, innovation is internal. But understanding the customer and trying to keep the customer happy, that person is outside the organization. When we go for the balanced scorecard approach, we have to keep all of these things in mind, right? So there are four perspectives in balanced scorecard: financial perspective, customer perspective, internal process perspective, and learning and growth perspective. And the whole objective behind introducing balanced scorecard was that entities should not focus solely on profit. Entities should focus on the overall impact they end up creating. From a financial perspective, it measures that reflect shareholder value and sustainable growth. That growth, which is not erratic, growth which is basically moving in a steady manner. So how will you find that out? You will find that out by looking at revenue and the average order value. Now, when a student joins me, he pays a certain fee. That is the order value, and AOV is the average order value. But if you want to look at this from a different perspective, you could calculate the customer lifetime value and contribution margin per meal. What is customer lifetime value? Say if a new person enrolls on my app, how much would he end up paying me over his entire life cycle with me before he moves out of this system and goes to another supplier? And I could also calculate contribution margin per meal in order to evaluate whether it is whether each unit is also giving me the desired level of profit. Now, from a customer perspective, right now you are looking at orders per customer and churn rate. The customer perspective says that if you keep the customers happy, you will be able to get customer loyalty. If you improve the customer experience, there will be repeat sales. Now, here there are if you want to introduce newer ways of doing things, one of those is the net promoter score. This is a practice that even edtechs follow. Everyone follows the net promoter score to find out the level of student satisfaction or customer satisfaction. So introducing these measures will help you to understand what exactly do your customers want. Then internal process perspective, right now you basically look at the neatness of the processes or the efficiency of the processes by looking at the number of meals delivered, the overall wastage that has taken place, so on. But in the future, if you want to make your processes more and more efficient, you would probably introduce something like an on time and in full delivery. On time delivery means sticking to the committed timelines, and in full delivery means delivering all the items that have been ordered. Now, I often face this issue on Blinkit or Instamart that I order 10 items, and in the morning hours when they deliver, now one item is often missing. And then you have to file a complaint, and that spoils the customer experience. So, on time and in full delivery, and then first time right production. There's a principle that, in one of my former bosses used to say that get it right the first time. When you do it for the first time is when you should get it right. You shouldn't have to rework the activity that you have done. So that is exactly what they are saying. If first time only you get it right and increase the overall accuracy. And from a learning and growth perspective, these are basically measures that reflect future capabilities and sustainability. Right now, we are talking about CO2 emissions from a sustainability angle, but in the future, something that you could apply is, today you have some sustainability related indices or ESG scores, and all of these could add to, how you are creating value. Now, these KPIs that I have written, new KPIs, these are just indicative, okay? These are some KPIs that I know I have seen in the course of my work. In the exam, in the exhibit, you might be asked something different. The whole idea behind showing you the balanced scorecard was key. There is a current way of measuring things, financial perspective, customer perspective, internal process perspective, and then there could be a different way of measuring the same things from a long-term value creation angle. Now, it's not necessary that in the exam you will only get net promoter score. See, in Plutus also we run a net promoter score. In other organizations also they will do it. It's not necessary that that is the only way to measure customer satisfaction. You could take feedback also. You could take rating also. Like, delivery partners, when they drop you, they want you to give a rating, right? So these are different ways in which KPIs can be aligned, but it's not necessary that these are the only ones. These are just some of the indicative ones. Like, for example, retention economics. It's okay if you don't know this term in the exam. Who cares about what is retention economics? But you should know what is the additional cost of retaining a customer. Sometimes a situation might arise that bringing in a new customer is cheaper, but keeping an older customer happy is more expensive. In that case, you should do that cost benefit analysis and take a call and move on to the next strategy. Right. This balanced scorecard, what it will do is this balanced scorecard gives you a holistic perspective. It gives you a very balanced approach, not just focused on numbers, but on customer satisfaction, on technology innovation, on internal processes as well. It basically makes sure that the activities of the organization are aligned, in the sense you are not running only behind profit, but you are taking care of customer satisfaction, process development, and everything. And right now, the way is ACCA syllabus is also changing and the expectations in the exam are changing. I think focus on ESG is there in all the topics. So make sure that you are aware of what those expectations are. ESG will be embedded in multiple questions if that were the case, and that can definitely add value to how your answer finally appears in the paper. Now, after that, let's quickly think about the value chain analysis. How many of you are aware of what is the value chain analysis and how it can be applied here? I'll tell you. But can you tell me what is value chain? Komal?
Sir, every activity in the organization add value to the add value to the creation. So sometimes what the managers do, they just break down the whole process to see which process exactly adds the value, so we can put more efficiency and oversee that process much more efficiently. So I think.
So usually we consider 5 activities: inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. Now, in our case, in case of MC, while these are non-negotiable points, these are there everywhere. But if I were to identify certain value-adding activities, then maybe recipe development could be a value-adding activity. Customer service could be value adding activity. The digital experience is something that is bringing more customers to you, and the automated assembly is reducing the time you require to produce, and that could also mean higher sales and higher growth in the future. Now, there are a couple of areas, however, where there are dependencies, or we are uh, constrained by certain issues. For example, single site production. All meal kits are produced at a single facility, creating business continuity risk and limiting geographical reach. Now, this single site production, if there is a disruption at that location, your supply of boxes will get affected. Then single packing supplier could also mean that you are dependent on a single vendor. So again, the risk level is high. Then there is dependence on go flow logistics for refrigerated delivery services. That could also be, where risk exposure happens, or you have limited production capacity. See, this point can be viewed in 2 ways. Too much production happening and you are not getting enough time to rest the machines, or you have more demand but you don't have enough production capacity. So that could also serve as a bottleneck. And to improve that, we could possibly have dual source packaging, in the sense, find another supplier who will be able to help us with the packaging material, which is sustainable, which is of the same quality, and take time for that. Or you could have a second production facility so that single production dependence can be reduced. And you will also have to work on logistics risk mitigation, which is basically renegotiate with go flow, identify, backup service providers if this one starts doing any natak and all of that. So you will have to have like a preemptive preparation, that if something goes wrong, we have a support system in place to take care of the overall requirements. Okay. And talking about control enhancements, of course, tracking of capacity utilization, having a business continuity plan in place, that if certain senior chefs or these people leave the entity, because recipes and food is critical. If they leave, do you have a plan in place to tackle the situation created by their absence? Do you have, alternative suppliers? So all of these points will have to be worked upon. Now, uh, when you're analyzing the data, I think you should also be looking at from a competitive perspective, that Ansoff matrix could also help, because there are heat and eat meals, ready to heat meals, that are becoming increasingly popular with customers. You have supermarkets and who are also coming in the competitive fray. And there are, see, you are also trying not to buy from foreign suppliers. You are only buying from domestic suppliers in the country. So that kind of dependence might also create challenges, which means you might want to expand the procurement from another countries, and you might also want to expand the sales to other countries. So these are different strategic growth options that the business entity could have, that maintain core subscriptions, but you also get into the heat and eat meals wala market. Or you could do a supermarket partnership, that supermarkets probably, see, there are four big players and supermarkets are not in that category. You could do a partnership or a collaboration or a strategic alliance with the supermarket. In what sense? That you could tell them, we will pay you a fixed commission for every meal packet that is sold, but in your supermarket, make sure that our products are sold. So that way, the supermarket also gains. They don't have to spend on creating a new vertical, a new business line, and you can benefit from the fact that they have a very strong distribution channel, and that can really help you. Now, you could also think of, as we said, you could think of getting into the heat and eat meals wala market. That could be a new product range that you develop. A question might come in the paper, if you're trying to evaluate a growth strategy, is it possible for what options can you explore? One of those options could be getting into the heat and eat meal wala market. In that case, you are directly competing with the competitors by, placing a product right next to theirs. You can also think about the fact that you are getting diversification. So even if one business fails or one business slows down, the other business will still keep on running. But it could lead to brand dilution for you, because you are associated with uh, these meal boxes, and then you suddenly go into another sector. People might have lots of interpretations about that. Some of them might end up thinking that, right now you don't have the necessary skill set to continue with the current production. Maybe your key people have left, or they might think that your current business is failing, which is why you have entered a new market. So it could basically lead to multiple interpretations by people, and that might have an impact on your brand image in the world. Now, you will also have to see whether doing this business is actually possible or not. Because, see, heat and eat meals are naturally made using a different process, a different technology. You will have to see whether you have the technology for that, or whether you have the capacity to spend for this activity. Okay. Then you will have to see whether you already have a robotics facility. Will it support this activity? And maybe I think for sure, when it comes to a different type of heat and eat packages, then the regulatory authorities will have different compliance requirements. Do you think you can fulfill those? So that will naturally come under growth strategy evaluation. Now, I want to hear from you about another strat. So I'm telling you what the strategy is. You will have to tell me the advantages and disadvantages, or the suitability, acceptability, and feasibility SAF study that we do. What if we think about market expansion? Does it help? Like we try to develop a new market, which means we don't stay only in island, we go to other countries. We reduce the dependence on domestic market conditions, because the 75 billion market is a global market, right? So because you have the capacity, there is potential in the market, you could go for it. That growth narrative will definitely be liked by the investors also, and you will get to try out new territories. Maybe you will earn more profits there. The only challenge here could be transportation, logistics, and in each country, the regulatory requirements are different. Like I have heard that in the Middle East, you cannot carry poppy seeds with you, but that's okay. That's a consumable item in some other countries. So what is acceptable as a food item in India might not be acceptable as a food item there. So that is where the feasibility will come in, and you will have to know the specific requirements of that market. You could also think about doing a retail partnership. What does that mean? You could partner with a supermarket and get into an exclusivity agreement with them that, listen, in your supermarket, you only sell kits made by us, meal kits made by us. You don't sell meal kits made by anyone else. And for every meal kit sold, we'll give you a 15% commission. That could also be, one way of reducing the overall risk exposure and penetrating more into the market. Now, this distribution channel might be welcome, but you will have to uh, get in touch with the regulatory authorities to verify whether, as a process, this is allowed or not. Okay, just quickly have a look at these. Yes, company can also launch a limited edition premium line of meal kit. That's also a viable alternative.
Sir, we will get these sheets also now.
Yeah. You will get everything. The Excel also, this one, everything you will get.
Can the feasibility point include the capital required perspective as well
Yeah, from a
for
market
expansion?
expansion point, yes. The funds required would always be, that point will always be there. Okay. Now, with a balanced scorecard implementation, you could realign your KPIs and certain exposures on the value chain front that we noticed. We could work towards elimination of those risks or minimization of the exposure on account of those risks. We have also discussed three different strategic options that might be asked in the paper. See, you don't have, these are potential points that can be tested. Okay. It's not necessary that your answer will specifically involve these. As I told you, I gave you some KPIs, right? I gave you some KPIs. It's not necessary that those are the KPIs that they will ask you in the exam. It's not necessary. But you should have some basic starting point. What direction can the thought process take, which is why that specific point was discussed. Now, when we are talking about, we discussed three models. We discussed value chain, we discussed pestle, we discussed balanced scorecard. Now, when we talk about the risk faced by the organization, I think the enterprise risk heat map can be asked in the paper. They often have a question on the heat map. They often have a question on the risk register also. Now, who can tell me what is a heat map?
Sir, it's a visual presentation in which risks are presented visually in a table with different colors, and colors are used to see the level of risk.
Okay. Then, see, in this case, the heat risk map might be given to you in one of the exhibits, and you will have to grade risks according to what is the most impactful and what is the least impactful. Right now, basis the data that we have gone through, I could think of operational risks, which are, like there is one site and there are 4 production lines operating for 16 hours a day. What if there is power failure? So operational risk, or single source dependence for packaging, or the third party logistics cold chain service provider, single party dependence hai. Then from a regulatory risk perspective, AFSA non-compliance leading to potential recall, that has happened in some entity, that has happened with some entities in the past, can happen with us. Then the loss of 6 monthly certification, which means there is a loss of license to operate. I think these will be some of the most impactful risks for us. है ना? In my opinion, this could be one of the most impactful risks, because the moment you lose your license is, when it will all come to an end. Your business will not be able to function after that. And what else is a challenge? Of course, strategic risks like data or cybersecurity breaches or customer churn, losing out on customers very frequently. And then again, you have to spend a lot of money to get the customers back. So that becomes, like a never ending cycle for you. Now, the TARA risk response framework, a question might be asked on this, because there are 4 points in the TARA framework, right? Transfer, avoid, reduce, and accept. What tolerate ke liye another word is accept. Now, when we are talking about the TARA framework, the question might often ask us ki a particular risk category is given to us. Okay. A particular risk category is given to us, and the question now says ki what would you do with this particular risk? Say, for example, single vendor dependence. You should try to tackle that risk by reducing the single vendor dependence and bringing in other vendors in the picture. Or some risks could be avoided or terminated, like you can get rid of the risk by getting rid of the supplier, or you can get rid of the risk by dissociating from that particular customer. In this case, if you have partnerships with suppliers, who are not meeting the required quality standards, okay. If you have partnerships with suppliers who are not meeting the required quality standards, maybe you should terminate those agreements and dissociate from them. Uh, there is always, we discuss that there is a risk of customer data getting compromised. In that case, you should probably collect only that much data which is required, and your activity of collecting non-essential data should be removed, so you can terminate that activity. Or if you want to reduce certain risks, say for example, single vendor dependence, you have to reduce. A question might ask you, what should be your appropriate response in this case? You will have to reduce single vendor dependence by bringing in more vendors, or you will have to think about the fact that, see, customer churn is high. You have to reduce the customer churn. You will have to find out different ways of customer retention and customer satisfaction. So it's not necessary that these specific points will be given in the exhibits, but this is the background information that will be given to you in the exhibits. And maybe, say, for example, there is a cybersecurity related problem. You could have a cybersecurity related insurance, or say, for example, we saw that one risk where the product already sold might have to be recalled from the customer. In that case, you will have to probably get an insurance for such incidents also. So that way you could transfer the risk to someone else. So these are some ways in which the Tara response framework can guide your decision making. Now, tell me something. Do you know the 4 lines of defense model?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you tell me what are the 4 lines of defense?
The first line of defense is like the assurance comes from the person who actually does the job.
Mm-hmm.
The second line of assurance comes from the person who supervises the actual workers. The third is from the governing body, such as the internal auditor or some other governing body within the organization. And
Okay.
fourth is from the external parties such as auditors and so on.
Okay. So the four lines of defense: one, the operational teams who are working on the process; second one is from the supervisors who are checking their work; third one is the internal audit; and fourth one is external audit. Now, in this case, the requirement of external audit, for these activities, what will the external auditor do? So you might be asked about the 3 lines of defense model, which is basically the first line would be the operational team, which is working on the process. The second line of defense would be the risk and compliance team, and which is checking the work done by the operational team. And then the third line would be the internal audit department in the entity. So you could have different people focusing on different aspects so as to make sure that any of the product recall or other related risks that we spoke about, those don't come up. And if at all they do, you have put in enough checks or enough ballot processes in place in order to prevent that from happening. So the 3 lines of defense model is also a possibility. Now, before we move ahead, I want to see if you recollect one topic called Bowman's strategic clock. Do you remember that one? It's okay if you don't remember that. That's not critical here. But what I wanted to discuss was, see, you have to analyze your current strategic position, and based on that, you will have to think about the direction you are taking in the future, or how do you differentiate yourself in the future. Okay. Now, talking about the current strategic position, we currently occupy the differentiation slash focused differentiation position on Bowman's strategic clock, characterized by high quality, locally sourced recipe, strong sustainability credentials, and eco-friendly packing, premium customer experience and service level, and above industry average customer retention rate. But there are a lot of challenges in the market right now. Why? There is a pressure from low effort substitutes. What are low effort substitutes? The heat and eat meals. We will call them low effort substitutes because you have to do nothing. You have to simply put it in a pan of boiling water and it is ready. Which means that you are not losing out on quality, you are losing because of customer laziness. So you might have to change your approach. See, we discussed different approaches, right? Retail partnerships you could do, or you could do market expansion, or you could try out a new territory altogether, or you could enter into this this vertical by directly now challenging the competitors. So you will have to think about how to get rid of these problems. See, quality might not always be a differentiator. It is quite possible that your differentiation comes from specifically your the fact that customers are lazy. Your customers are lazy, so they are going to the heat and heat meals, they are not coming to you. So there, you will have to introduce some premium offerings like someone said in the chat box, key limited edition meals you can make, or you could, give some gourmet foods, like these days you have all these exotic packaged foods that you can buy, you could talk about those. Then introduce price fenced basic kits to compete with lower priced alternatives. Price fenced kits means basically cheaper versions which probably don't have the complete package, but at a low cost you are still providing meal kits to customers. This is a low price alternative. Or leverage our superior throughput capabilities to maintain margins. The superior throughput, what is throughput accounting? If you have done MA or PM or APM or any of these subjects, I'm sure you have run across the term throughput accounting. Throughput accounting is basically you consider that only the material cost is variable in the short term, other costs are fixed. And throughput is sales minus material cost. The higher the throughput, that can be achieved by optimum production, minimizing wastage, and making the most efficient use of the material available to you. In this case, the because there are robotics involved in so many aspects of your work, you could very easily ensure that the material wastage is minimal, it is minimized, and you could then, probably if the material wastage is minimized, the throughput will definitely improve. So you could think about that alternative as well. Now, in your exam, you might be asked to correlate the industry KPI with the actual performance of the entity. Okay. Now, there are certain key performance indicators that have been given to you. Let's see what those key performance indicators are. These are given for the in, uh, specifically for the industry. What are those? Active customers, revenue, meals delivered, orders per customer, average order value, food waste, carbon emissions. The number of uniquely identified customers who have received at least one meal kit box within the last 3 months. That is my active customer base. Now let's see in the graph here, revenue, total meals delivered, revenue per meal growth, uh, nothing to that effect is mentioned here. I think there was one more graph. Menu craft active customer numbers. Here you can see that they have 5 lakh active customers. So that means on that front, that KPI has been achieved. The number of individual portions or the number of individual serves or portions delivered within a given period. That is basically your meals delivered. Then orders per customer. See if you have any data on that front. Meals delivered and orders per customer. Observe here. Revenue per heart. Total meals delivered is given to you from a little above 15 lakh to a little above 35 lakh. This is how you have grown in the 4 years. Total meals delivered growth has slowed down. It was 42%, slowed down to 30%, 28, 16, 15. So the growth rate is declining. See, the jump from here to here is big, but the jump from 2003 to 2004 is a relatively smaller number, right? So that could also probably, show you one of the parameters. Oh, there are more graphs given here. Active customers, those have grown. Average order value, that is increasing. Look at the growth in the average order value. I think they have basically analyzed all the KPIs. If you look at these, average order value, food waste, order per customer, all of these have been given. है ना? यहाँ पे you have active customers, average order value, annual order placed per customer. See, this number was growing initially 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, but the growth rate has become kind of pathetic. The growth rate has declined. Okay. Uh, See, revenue can increase from 20 to, if revenue increases from 20 to 30, that means it's a 50% growth in revenue. Then in the next year, revenue increases from 30 to 40. That growth in revenue is only 33%. Na? So revenue can increase and the growth rate can still be lower. Isn't that possible, Khushi? When you grow from 20 to 30, that means there is a 50% growth. When you grow from 30 to 40, the growth rate is 33%. How 33%? 40 minus 30 upon 30. That gives you 33%. So the growth rate can slow down, but revenue can increase. That is quite possible. I'm sure you have studied that in some, previous skill level exam or something. Did you understand, Khushi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically an evaluation of how many of these key performance indicators have been achieved, that analysis would be of use. For example, financial performance revenue, average order value, revenue per meal, customer engagement में active customers, orders per customer, meal delivered, and you could also have ESG metrics relating to food wastage, carbon emissions, and environmental impact. Now, if you look at the growth metrics, the revenue has grown steadily. The meals delivered have increased to more than 40 million annually. Active customers have also grown considerably. On the other hand, the revenue per meal has grown maybe not so strongly. Okay. Observe this one here. Revenue per meal 5.6 say 6.3 maybe. Yeah, 6.35. This isn't like a big growth. So not all numbers have grown in the same proportion. The average order value has grown from 33 to 38. Check karo here. Average order value a little above 34, say 34.1 to maybe 38 point something. So it's like a very small, it's not like a very impressive or a very heavy growth. And annual orders per customer, see how that has changed. Earlier it was somewhere near 10.8. Now it is somewhere near 11.8. So it's not as if there has been a robust growth on this front also. And customer growth rate has also slowed down, which could mean that, active customer growth rate ek bar check karo. What is that? Active customers ka these are the absolute numbers. This is the growth rate. This is declining significantly. From 37%, it has come to 13%. Maybe customers are shifting to substitutes. That is a possibility. Maybe the market has reached its saturation point. So that could be another reason, why the growth rates have declined. Now, we saw the alignment of KPIs on the financial front, but when it comes to the ESG based reporting like food waste and all of that, they have mentioned less than 1% is wasted, but they have not given what was the number in the past. Then they have also spoken about donations and animal feed reuse. Excuse me. But they haven't really spoken about how much proportion of that is donated and how much proportion is given to animal feed. Also, you only have information given to you about carbon emissions, that yes, it is a critical factor, but nowhere have you actually spoken about how much is the number of car CO2 emissions that were there in the last year, how much is the CO2 emission in the current year. There is no trackability on that front also. So that is definitely, one of the partial alignment with ESG objectives. And then CO2 ke bare mein they haven't really spoken about, and separate point on sustainability is not there. So we can't say that all the KPIs have been achieved or all the KPIs have been aligned. Naturally, there are certain problems, with ESG becoming more and more important, with compliance requirements becoming more and more important. There could be some challenges that you as an entity could face, but those points have not been addressed so far. Guys, I need 2 minutes, huh? Just give me 2 minutes. Okay. Are you all with me? Guys, yes, no, anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so
Okay, so in the Excel sheet now, you will find predicted questions. You will find question areas, I would say, from the company info, because most questions will come from the company info only. Apart from that, the PPT that I will send you, that PPT will give you a better understanding of the topic. So it will give you a better understanding of the company. Predicted questions, some of them can be found in the PPT, but most of them will be in the Excel sheet only. Now, going back to the board that we had analyzed, what does the board structure look like? There is non-executive, there are non-executive directors, independent chair, and 5 non-executive directors, including senior non-executive director, who provide insight and balance to the founders. Then you have committees. There are 3 formal committees: audit and risk committee, nominations and remuneration committee. Then there is founder involvement. It's not heavily founder dependent in that sense, because the 2 founders only hold 10% each, whereas the remaining 80% is held by other people. And then executive expertise. So you have different heads for each function, like you have a CFO, COO, CPO, and a chief commercial officer, and they reflect expertise in different functions of the business. Now this looks like a
two
this
size
looks like
board.
a balanced structure, not like very, very problematic, but there is a possibility that because the founders are still involved, they could still be influencing a lot of the decision making. That is a possibility. And you might need additional checks to be put in place around independence, because if the founders are still involved and the structure is the way it is, then there is a possibility that independence of the individual independence might be impaired, because they might try to bring in their relatives or connected individuals and offer them contracts and all of that. So that is something you will have to be careful about. But the entity is a listed entity, which means the level of scrutiny on such companies will be higher, and you will also have to get into place a plan for founder succession. So tomorrow when the founders retire, or they get tired of the business and they want to step out, at that time who will replace them and who will take up the tasks that they are doing? So you will have to evaluate functions from that perspective. Do you have a succession plan in place? Now, for that, it's necessary that the nominations committee does its job properly. You build a robust succession plan. Your risk committee should also do its job. Your remuneration committee should do its job. So all of these have individual roles to play that they will try to work on. Now, when we were looking at strategic priorities, we should understand that what could the organization do? The organization could think of, see, there is some gap on the ESG reporting front, okay? They haven't really given you any parameters. Ki yaar, food wastage should be so and so. They haven't told you. Or they haven't really told you that CO2 emissions should be within this gap. So you should find out what are the standard norms in the industry, and you should try to keep your CO2 emissions below that level. You should try to reduce your wastage. Now, the customer growth rate, if you saw 37%, say it has dropped down to 13%, that could also indicate uh, that could indicate either the fact that customers are losing interest in your company, or it could also indicate that the market is getting saturated here. So you will have to find out what are the deeper reasons behind it, and you will have to basically plan a comeback. You will have to basically plan a solution which takes care of this issue. And in the process, you will also have to enhance your governance, in the sense, the audit and risk committee will have to focus on food safety. They will have to focus on compliances, that so as to ensure that the risk is minimized. You will have to look beyond the financial performance metrics in order to achieve a 360-degree growth. We saw this particular part. Yes, we had seen the customer breakdown. the growth rate trend, which was 37% and which has dropped down, and we saw that specific part. But what could be the strategic implications? We saw that individuals ka buying is going down, families ka buying is going up. So develop tailored menu options. That could be one of the suggestions they ask you, here, what can you do? Maybe, you do something for families, offer discounts on these orders, or you could, if you want to tackle the competition introduced by the heat and eat segment, then you could do product and market expansion, enter into a completely different domain like the heat and eat meals, or you could tie up with supermarkets. We did discuss implications of those as well, and try to ensure that the 6 month retention, only 25% of the customers remain with you. So you will have to work on improving the customer retention. Now, to do that, the family segment growth is looking more stable with a higher order value, and you will have to make sure that you penetrate deeper, you introduce schemes for them. And see, retention is an industry-wide challenge, but if you do it better, see, right now also you are doing it better than others. If you continue to focus on that, you might become a market leader in that aspect. And see, because families are your biggest customer base, you should develop and test family specific menu offerings. These are some of the suggestions that I am giving you. I am not saying that this is the only answer you will have. This is the direction I am telling you. Okay, think in this direction. Or if you are thinking about, entering into a new market, then the suitability, acceptability, feasibility study for the heat and eat product line, or the partnership program with supermarkets, you will have to think about all of these points. And again, you might be asked to evaluate that from a balanced scorecard perspective. Now, one last point, that this is there in all the pre-seen material: mission, vision, and values. These are given on the company website. Now, what is the vision? To make healthy home cooking simple. This is the mission: to make healthy home cooking simple, affordable, and accessible to everyone, whatever their level of cooking skills. Vision: to promote healthy and sustainable food choices so that our customers and the communities we serve can live a healthier life in a healthier world. And there are certain values, like ESG focus hai on planet, people, and governance, making positive environmental decisions, supporting islands food producers in growing and making the highest quality ingredients. ये सारे values hai. Now, one question that your SBL exam might ask you is, how aligned are you, or how aligned are the activities with reference to the mission, vision, and values? The mission statement is to make healthy home cooking simple, affordable, and accessible. If you observe, the pre-measured ingredients with step-by-step recipe cards effectively lower barriers for cooking beginners, whatever their level of cooking skills. So there are instruction cards given, so that will make it easier for less skilled cooks also to work. Then data analytics drive menu refinement based on customer feedback, and flexible subscription model. You are also providing, like diabetic, like vegan meals and all of that. So that takes care of the healthy part also. Okay. Premium positioning conflicts with affordable and accessible to everyone claim. See, on one hand, your product you are saying is premium, and on the other hand, one of your goals is to make it affordable and accessible to everyone. So that doesn't seem exactly aligned with each other. And industry reports indicate high customer churn due to cost perceptions. Too expensive or restrictive, suggesting the affordability element of the mission isn't fully realized. So the one non-alignment point here is the fact that on one hand you want it to be affordable and accessible, but you are a premium product, so you are not accessible to everyone. Then from a vision alignment, healthy people, to promote healthy and sustainable food choices so that our customers and communities we serve can live a healthier life. The points in favor are less than 1% ingredient waste with surplus donated to charity. Good point on sustainability. Recyclable packaging, great. Distribution optimized to minimize CO2 emissions. Yes, it indicates that you are trying to align with the vision. But points that create that discomfort, single packaging supplier risk could force less sustainable alternatives if disrupted. If that one single supplier goes out of business or he stops responding to you, then you don't have any other vendors. So, in order to meet the customer requirements, you might be forced for short term to buy, non-sustainable packaging options. And potential expansion into heat and eat products may prioritize convenience over nutrition, undermining the healthy cooking ethos. The packaged foods are not so healthy, and that could impact your vision of promoting healthy and sustainable food choices. And then value assessment, planet, people, and governance. From a planet standpoint, there is strong alignment through recyclable packing initiatives. Yes, you are working on that. There is evidence. Guys, my net has some problem. Give me 1 second. Huh? From a governance standpoint, also, uh, there is you seem to be doing a good job because the board structure is, it has an independent chair, there is a senior independent director, then but there is founder dominance, yet you have committees. So all of those things have been taken care of. And you have, if you look at the last point here, they have mentioned stuff like ensuring every member holds honesty, respect, and accountability. See, when you are, I'm sure all of you have been subject to this at some point, where when people get you enrolled for the ACCA course, they promise you the world, you will get jobs of 15 lakh, 20 lakh, God knows what. That is false marketing. Na? That is not how it works. So, honesty, when you are trying to survive in a competitive market, the honesty might get compromised. See, customer churn is happening, customers are moving to other people. You will make false promises to retain customers. There goes away your honesty. Then respect. Over reliance on single packaging supplier demonstrates potential lack of respect for stakeholders' interest. This is taking things a little too far. And accountability. Founder heavy governance structure may limit objective accountability. That is, there is a possibility that the business entity, the accountability part is taken out because the founders ultimately, there could be a situation of management override of controls, and that could have an impact on, how the organization, you can override controls, you can circumvent the internal controls and do what you want. So there seems to be a challenge on that front. Okay, so we spent 5 hours, analyzing the pre-scene material. We took two breaks of 15 minutes each, so that's effectively 4.5 hours of analysis. I have predicted some syllabus areas and I have predicted some question types here. I have also done an analysis using balanced scorecard, Ansoff matrix, the pestle analysis, then Porter's five forces, everything we have basically looked into. Now, is that all? No, of course not. Can the exam have something different? Of course, it will have something different. It won't be a copy paste of this, but this analysis will basically help you go better prepared for the exam. Something that I kept on saying in the last batch, an activity that I will be doing in the current batch also, where we will be going through a good and a bad answer to understand what differentiates and what can get you more marks in the exam. That is something, which really worked in the last batch. Out of 15 people who joined, 12 people cleared. So that is something, that is a practice I have found very, very useful. So we will be doing that. See, they will not focus on typo errors. It's okay. Matlab, you should not make incorrect spellings, but it's okay. They will not focus so much on that. Uh, I am telling you again, as much time as you have spent analyzing the pre-scene, very little of this gets directly tested in the paper. This is background information. Like you have done pestle, you have done Porter's five forces, you have done balanced scorecard, you have done ANSOF, you have done strategic clock, you have done these things, which means now when you actually read the exhibits, you will be able to recollect some of the information that you have discussed with me today, and you can use that in the final exam. But will a question directly come from balanced scorecard? Very less possibility. Will a question directly come from ANSOF? No. I used that as an analysis tool. That doesn't mean that that is exactly going to be tested in the paper. This is a background, and you have to build on that background. The significance of this background is 15 to 20% in the exam, not more. Trust me when I say this. I have had students writing the SBL paper over the last so many quarters, each one of them giving me the same feedback that, sir, we saw your pre-scene, we saw 10 other faculties ka pre-scene, we went through so many hypothetical mocks that were created on the pre-scene, but in the exam, what came was the exhibit and the common sense application. So don't focus too much on the pre-scene. Pre-scene is just the background. It should not carry more importance. Specific syllabus areas that we have identified, I will repeat those for you. Risk, very important. Technology, board structure, internal control, leadership. These are areas, that will definitely get tested in the paper. Yes, and ESG should be very, very, ESG should be there in all the papers now, by the way. See, right now, when you are practicing now, abhi the first step that you should do is, at least people who have registered with me for the entire batch. Abhi aaj pre-scene ho gaya na. Abhi my recommendation to you would be, abhi don't go and watch pre-scene videos by 10 different people. From tomorrow onwards, let's come back to the main discussion. Tomorrow we'll be discussing what is a good answer, what is a bad answer, and discussing the marking scheme and how marks are allocated. So let tomorrow's focus only be on that. For others who came only for the pre-scene, for you, I would recommend that you should solve at least one full paper. And if you don't want to get it evaluated from someone else, at least look at the model answer given at the back. That will definitely help you to find out gaps in your preparation. And don't spend, see, right now you are at a stage, see, you still have like 10 days for the paper. Today, don't do anything. It's been quite an overload. Take today's time off. From tomorrow, focus on the topics that are there in the Excel sheet. Ki yaar, ye to definitely karna hai. And revise those topics, and then of course go to the individual past exam papers. Maybe do two papers and see how much are you able to present. And best if you can get it evaluated from someone, because that feedback really helps. Otherwise you can do self evaluation also. If you need any help in SBL, I have given you my number already. You can message me on that number and I will respond. Yes, Komal.
Sir, during the last days of revision, instead of just revising the whole syllabus of SBL, is it okay if we just revise the core areas which you have mentioned in the Excel?
Yes, that is my recommendation always. See, the funny thing about SBL, na, someone who has studied for 4 days and someone who has studied for 40 days will end up getting the same marks. Oftentimes, someone who has studied for 4 days gets more marks than the 40 days guy, because this is not a technical paper. This is a, like, like a chatty paper, where you only have to understand the situation, think about the implications, and use your common sense to answer. So do just that. Do not overburden yourself with anything. If you want any support in mock evaluation and feedback, so I usually give a 4 or 5 page ka feedback to the students. If you want, you can get in touch with me for that. Otherwise, today's pre-scene session, I will send all the notes on the WhatsApp group so that you can refer to those notes. But remember, pre-scene's importance is only 15 to 20%. The remaining is on how you write the paper. Okay. So any other questions that you have, you can always get in touch with me, and I will help you if it is possible in my time schedule. I can't promise, but I will try my best to help you. I would say practice full length paper instead of doing individual questions. Take the time, read the pre-scene of other papers and solve a full length paper. If you have any concerns, do let me know. Thank you so much, all of you, and wishing you all the best for your SBL exam. My regular batch students, I will see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Have a good day and best of luck. Bye.